to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you as ever for tuning on into the channel. Today, we're going to be running some mock draft. That's right, it's time for mock draft 4.0. I guess you could technically call it 5.0 because I put a mock draft in my dream off season, but we're calling it 4.0 for this video's purposes. And today, our Seahawks are going to land one of the most coveted players in the entire draft, one of the cleanest prospects in the entire draft. One Mr. Will Anderson Jr. Now, I'm also going to be very active in this particular draft. I'm going to treat this draft a little bit not like how John Schneider would roll it, but how I'd like to roll it. So we're going to be operating today by me in the driver's seat. I'm going to be knocking John out of that general manager's chair. I'm going to be taking over for the day. I'm going to be knocking his nameplate off the desk, setting mine on there in his stead. And we're going to roll this draft, and we're going to roll it right. And it's going to begin in a perfect way with Will Anderson, which I think is going to kick off the rest of this draft just perfectly. And this is going to be a draft where I'm going to be certainly targeting towards the trenches. That is where my eye is going to be. That's where both of my eyes are going to be. You're also going to expect here on this particular mock draft a lot of trades, not just trading backwards and forwards in this particular draft. There'll be some of that. I'm going to be moving some players in addition to that, on top of that. So we're going to be moving some players from some picks. We're going to be packaging those picks together. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be a little bit wild today. So strap in, hang on, and let's kick this off. All right, let's light this candle, shall we? And sure enough, our Hawks land at the 5th pick. Will Anderson Jr. is there, and the Hawks are not going to overthink this one. Yes, there is the temptation to take Anthony Richardson here or to trade back. But in this particular draft, we're going to be concentrated on the trenches, and we're going to start off, we're going to kick it off with one Mr. Will Anderson Jr., one of the safer prospects, I think, in this draft. You know what you're getting, an alpha, a dog on that defense, a leader. He absolutely had his praises sung backwards and forwards, right and left by Nick Saban out there at Alabama. So let's go with Will Anderson in our first selection at 5th overall. Now, this takes us to 20, and now it's going to get a little bit interesting because we're going to be making some trades here in a second. I've got one particular trade right out the gate that I want to make. So let's talk this over. We've got Kalijah Kancey and Brian Breezy as two real notable targets here for what we want to be looking at on this particular selection. We know that we could maybe move back a couple of picks here, or just move back, let's say, to Baltimore's selection and probably still be able to get Kancey. He's not a fit for their defense, and he's probably not going to go to the Chargers defense either because of some of their other needs. So let's make a trade here with the Baltimore Ravens, and we're going to get their 22nd pick. We're going to give them our 20th pick, and we're going to get back 86. Offer this trade. That trade is accepted. Now we will resume the draft. And sure enough, Kalijah Kancey is still going to be there at 22 when we select. So let's talk about a couple quick things I'm going to be doing now next. First, we're going to be taking Kancey with this next pick. But beyond that, I'm going to be making a couple of trades now. And what I'm trying to do here is to get more selections if I can in that 2nd and early 3rd round period in the draft. For my money, that's where really the strength of this draft truly does lie. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be moving some players for picks in this situation, and I'm going to try to keep it relatively reasonable or as close to reality as we possibly can. There's a couple reasons also why I want to move these two players that I'm going to be looking to move. One is going to be Noah Fant, and part of wanting to move him has to do with the fact that the Seahawks still have to create some cap space here. They find themselves with functional cap space, I think, at about negative $3 million with functional cap space, meaning when you factor in the rookie contracts of the 10 picks that we currently have on the books, that equates out to about $16 million. So you have $16 million you have to spend on the rookies. You have negative $3 million in cap space right now. You've got to do something in order to offset this a little bit. To me, the quick and easy way to get this done, especially in a talent-rich tight end draft, is to move Noah Fant, who's on the last year of his deal. You could save $5.85 million by moving him alone, and that basically clears exactly the type of money that they need to clear in order to get this done. So let's make this move, and I've got one other one on top of that for a player pick I want to move here. But let's start with Noah Fant, and we're going to go to the Colts on this one. Colts in this draft have gone out and taken Will Levis with the first pick. So they need themselves a tight end, according to what their needs are. So we're going to go over here to hit them, and we're going to take Noah Fant. I don't think you're getting, obviously, a first. I don't think you're getting even this third-round pick here. I think in a talent-rich draft like this is for tight ends, and being that Noah Fant is only on a 1-year remaining deal, I think the best you could hope to get would be a 4th-round pick, which is going to be accepted by the Colts. Now, I could have as well just cheated the system and taken look, they'll let me do a 3rd and a 4th rounder, but I'm trying to keep this realistic. So 4th-round pick for Noah Fant. Let's offer that trade. Boom, that trade's there. We're going to make one more. We just saved $5.85 million, picked up the 4th-round pick for him on that. Now we've got another move we'd like to make, which is I have another player I'd like to move, and that's going to be Darrell Taylor. You just drafted Will Anderson. You're going to have a little bit of a log jam here at the edge position now as it goes forward into the season with these 4 guys, not to mention Alton Robinson and the Tyreek kid that we got out of Ohio State last year that's kind of waiting in the wings potentially maybe. So Darrell Taylor, with being a guy coming up for a contract soon, being a guy that I think is a little bit limited in that he's just kind of just a pass rusher at this point. He doesn't give you a lot as a run stuffer goes. You're not going to be seeing him get as many snaps, I think, once you brought in Will Anderson with Boye Mafe's development. And so I'm going to, again, look to move him here in a trade. I save $1 million by moving him off the cap. And the team I'm going to target is going to be the Kansas City Chiefs, who I think would like his skill set considerably as a team that plays from ahead quite a bit and would like to have a guy that can just pin his ears back and get to the quarterback in that way. Now, you're not going to get a lot for this guy in this situation, in my opinion. You'd think on the surface of this that he'd be worth a 2nd-round pick, but in my opinion on this one, being again that this is a draft like the tight ends that's very deep on as far as the edge class goes, you're not going to get the maximum returns via a trade. So instead of going for what would be a late 2nd-round pick for the Chiefs here, it's actually going to end up being a late 3rd-round pick that I get for the Chiefs. I know this says the trade will not be accepted, but I think in real life this trade would be accepted. I don't think that it's out of bounds because, again, this is almost nearly to a 4th-round area of things when you really look at it at that spot of things. So we're going to force this trade through. We've picked up all of these picks now. So now the point is to try to get back up into the 2nd round as we can. And so let's start to target the right kind of team to maybe get this done. And the team I'm going to take a look at with this is going to actually be the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins come into this draft having the least amount of picks of any team in the NFL. So this is a team that I think would be very likely to be maybe looking to see if they can add now more picks rather than having a lot of higher picks, a 51, 84, so to speak. So we're going to go 51. We're going to offer them 83, 86, which as you see has a 43% chance, and we're not going to force this trade. This is a 43% chance of happening. I think with 2 4th-round picks for a 2nd-round pick, you're probably not quite getting that kind of value for that. So you're going to have to throw, I think, a little bit more on top of that. So let's throw let's give them 3 4th-rounders for that 2nd-round pick to try to make this relatively reasonable. And let's offer that trade. The trade is accepted. So now we find ourselves here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 11 picks. I would still like to be making another move here if we possibly can. We can also sit down with these 11 picks, but I think we would like to still make one more move here as we go along. So let's go ahead and come back to our draft. And I'm going to make the Kalijah Kancey pick. So Will Anderson, Kalijah Kancey are the first 2 guys off the board for us. This now takes us down to pick 37. We've got some receivers off the board. Nobody's gone off the board that's super big at this point. And we've got some interesting options. You've got Keanu Benton's here. Jack Campbell, if we want to go linebacker, we've got some middle linebackers all over the place here. Darnell Washington is definitely going to be the tight end, though, that I'm going to lock in on here. This does, by the PFF standards, is going to be a bit of a high pick for me to take him early in the 2nd round. There's also a little bit of a draw here to maybe go for, just to keep it safe here, just to go for John Michael Schmitz. So there's a little bit of a draw here for me on both sides of this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to see if we can take a risk here by potentially taking John Michael Schmitz. But I would like to trade up here a little bit in the 2nd round too, because I still want to go and get this tight end. So the team that I'm going to look to target for that is the team that actually had to just move back in this draft in order to get their quarterback. So what we're going to go is back over here to the Carolina Panthers. We didn't make a trade with them yet, but we're making a trade here. We're going to trade them 37, 39. We're going to give them 51. And then we're going to try to see if we can give a couple of later round picks to move up. And if they'll allow that. And it looks like they will. So we'll give them 123 and 151 along with 51 in the second round to move up. Oh, they didn't like that. Didn't like that one at all. All right. So I think that's pretty good value on that. I don't know why they're denying it. All right, we'll do this. We'll do 95 and 151. That'll be taking. Maybe just 95 will be enough on that then. And that was accepted. Okay. So we're up on the clock here with this first one. I'm going to take the center position with John Michael Schmitz and call it a day because I just don't want to worry about that. We come back with the next pick. Again, I want Darnell Washington with moving Noah Fant. I think this improves the position at this point. I love how he blocks. I love his overall game. Bam, let's go with Darnell Washington. We've gone 2 defense, 2 offense with the four picks. Now we come up in the second round with our last second round pick. So we haven't dealt with necessarily at this point the middle linebacker position. We've got Trenton Simpson still on the board. We've got Deion Henley on the board. We have Keanu Benton as a defensive tackle here that would be very interesting. Looking over at our trade aspect of things, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks left at this point. So we're not going to probably be able to move up here. We're just going to have to select who we're going to have to select. And this one comes down to who would be a higher grade here. What's interesting on this one is that they've got Trenton Simpson down at 78. They've got Deion Henley up here as a 38 rank. Now, I'm going to, rather than go with middle linebacker here, which I am taken to want to potentially do, I think you've got enough there this year with Wagner and company, and I think you can get a middle linebacker a little bit later on. I like going back again to the trenches here myself. That's just my preference on this one. And the guy that stands out to me here is Keanu Benton. If you look at defensive line here, let's take a look at this positional group. There's not a lot of great names here down below. There's some okay names. There's some interesting names in here, but nobody that's going to have the same kind of impact, I believe, that a guy like Keanu Benton would have. He stands alone on this one. So if we wait in this draft and we try to hold out in this draft, we're most likely at that point going to miss out on getting that very prospect we're looking for here. So I'm going to just go ahead and take Keanu Benton on this one. There's a couple of other places you could go again. Trent Simpson, there's some edges here, but we already got Will Anderson. There's less a need that. There's safety with Sidney Brown, but not really as much a need for us. And again, with Benton, this is a value pick with where he is on the board to me. There's a little bit of maybe a draw here with Steve Avila to go guard, but I feel like you've already dealt with the center. You've got your tight end in place. You've dealt with a little bit of offense here. Let's go back to the defense on this pick and take Keanu Benton as the last second round pick. Now, this will fly us through. We've got to wait a little bit of time before we get a pick next, of course. Now, this brings us up here into 123, the 4th round selection. So we've gone for edge. We've gone for basically zero tech and Keanu Benton. We've got our 3-4 defensive end in Cansey. So we've definitely dealt with the defense considerably at this point in time. We have also done a little bit on offense, but we have some other needs here still. Not a lot of great names out the gate here as we go through, is there? Kind of just, there's some decent names in here, but nobody necessarily jumping out to you as a no-brainer selection here in the 4th round. I was kind of going through here, taking a look through. Not a lot of great options here necessarily. So let's see. We got Sean Tucker and Kendry Miller as your top 2 backs here. There's kind of a draw for me here to look towards running back at this point. Carl Brooks is a very interesting edge in this league coming in. One of the highest, actually the highest rated guy by PFF last year coming off the edge. But again, you're stacked back up pretty good on the edge. He's a guy that should play on the inside at the pro level, and this would be tremendous value to be able to get him here. But you have to count on the fact that he can play on the inside, which is a little bit of a dicey proposition. Ivan Pace is a very good inside linebacker, but boy, you got to use him right to get the most out of him. Coming to Seahawks scheme, I don't think we're going to blitz him quite enough to get the most out of him. Coburn's a guy that I'd like to get maybe a little bit later on in this draft if I can. I go through these names on this and I go, okay, I'm not blown away by the names I'm seeing here. This is a tough pick. There's not a lot of straightforward choices here that make a lot of sense. Israel Abakand is a guy, though, that I have a huge grade on. So Kenry Miller's the guy that they've got higher on their board here. Kenry Miller didn't test at all this offseason. And on tape, he looks wonderful as a player, but you just don't know really how truly fast he is. He looks at times to me like a little Aaron Jones, like a less fast Aaron Jones. I don't know if he's exactly that or not. With Israel Abanikanda, I know what he is and what he's going to be, I feel like, a little bit. And I really like taking him for the explosiveness he brings now as a backup to the position versus others. Owen Popoe is also a pick here that could be a draw for the middle linebacker position. So that's one that's very, very tantalizing to make here, though that would be a little bit more obviously reaching for need where they've got Popoe in this draft. I like him quite a bit, actually. I think that they've got him a little bit low, but certainly their draft status doesn't happen. Again, this has been the pick of all the picks probably that caused me the most kind of not sure what to do sort of thing. But I do come back to wanting to keep the running back room strong, and I think that you need to have a capable backup behind Walker, and I think Israel is a far better player at the position than one DJ Dallas as a backup. So I'm going to go with Israel as your now second backup to DJ Dallas. This brings us back around into the 5th round. Take a look through and see what we've got as far as available. Is Popoe still around? Did somebody grab Popoe? Oh, they did grab Popoe. So he is out. So let's look around here. And the guy that I'm going to take a look at here, as we kind of look through all these names, again, not a lot of guys jumping out on this one that you look and go, this guy certainly would make the most sense here. We've already taken care of the center position, so we don't really need to come back to that. Running back we just hit, so we probably want to lean away from running back on this pick if possible. And the guy that I'm going to go with is actually going to be another defensive lineman. We're going to go after Jared Clark. I know they got Jonah Tavai, but I like Jared Clark just a little bit better, I think, here in the 5th round. Also a draw to go guard here. I'm a little bit torn on this one. I'm torn between going with that or going with, I like Nick Broker a little bit better than I like Anthony Bradford for our Hawks, personally. Though they've got him lower on this board, this Nick Broker guy. I do like him better. But he's at 215, so they don't like the value on that, selected him here at all. So I will go on this pick. We're going to go ahead and select. I'm going to go, I think, just back to defensive line at this point. I think this is where the value is on this board for this point. I like this guy's game a lot in the 5th round, picking him up. And I think now you get your backup in there with, in regards to Keanu Benton being your number 1 guy. Gerard Clark gets to be the other one. He's very new. He's a tight end conversion of the defensive line who's gotten really big. He can move really well for that size. He is from a smaller school, but some of these Coastal Carolina kids have been coming out and drawing a little bit more view than they ever have in the past. And I think that he could help you out considerably. And as I said in my thumbnail on this video, this is a draft about the trenches first and foremost. So let's go with Coastal Carolina here. Now we come back with our second 5th round pick, having fully dealt with our defensive line, in my opinion, at this point. I would like to come back on this pick and either go with a linebacker. Ventura Miller could make some sense here as a middle linebacker. He is very, very, very undersized coming out of Florida, but maybe he could make just a little bit of sense in that respect of things. But we're going to lean towards, I think, going back to the guard position here, I think, is where I want to go. Boy, going with Rodriguez, too, as another running back just to stabilize your backfield is a draw here as well. But I don't know if Nick Broker is going to be there anymore. We got to go. I think we got to take a guard here. Want the trenches fixed? Get the trenches fixed. We're going with guard Nick Broker. I think he's going to be an okay lineman in this league, at least a backup guy who can come in for you in that respect of things from time to time. Certainly would provide, I think, a benefit in that respect of things. So we fully have taken care of our lines here in this draft. I've obviously missed out on receiver. I don't think that's as big a priority as some others out there believe it to be. I'd like to come back here now and get a running back. And we've got a couple of options here, and there's going to be one in particular that jumps out to me. Number 1, I like all 3 of these guys at the top. Evan Hull's nice. Rodriguez is nice. Mohamed Ibrahim's a guy that doesn't get talked about enough in this draft, who's really a fun running back out of Muhammad, real low built to the ground kind of guy. But what we need right now is a hammer. Israel Abanikanda is not really a hammer. Kenneth Walker's not a hammer. DJ Dallas is not a hammer in the backfield. Chris Rodriguez is a hammer. He's got beast mode light kind of to his game and how he goes about his business. This would be the guy that I think I would look to take here in this situation. And that will round us out in this draft. Oh, sorry, we got one more pick here that I forgot about, which is going to be, oh, here we go. We're going to go with Charlie Thomas, middle linebacker out of Georgia Tech. Definitely a need for you at this point, I think. Oh, Charlie Thomas or D. Winters. I'm going to go D. Winters. He's a little bit faster. He's not necessarily going to maybe be able to start in this league. I don't think you're getting a 7th round starting middle linebacker at this point anyway, if that was the case. So I would go ahead and say I'm going to lean to D. Winters just because I like his upside as far as a special teamer is concerned. He's so fast. I think he's going to help you out in that area of things. And he just plays with his pedal down to the metal all the time. I like that addition to this team. So let's go with D. Winters as the final pick. Well, there you go. Mock Draft 4.0. Our Seahawks look in this particular draft to really invest in the trenches. I had to make a couple of trades to offset a little bit of salary, but picked up some draft capital to do so. Packaged in that draft capital to get back up into the second round. One more little extra time. We've got our running back field now rounded out. I think I improved the tight end position. I certainly upgraded the center position with John Michael Schmitz. I got a lot of guys I think that have some upside to them, but then also give you a lot of solid play right out the gate when they walk in the door. So for a team that wants to compete next year, you're bringing in players, in my opinion, who can find a role and carve out a role really quickly. Doesn't mean that they're going to get to their top end point instantaneously next year, but it does mean you're going to get some productivity out of them very fast at positions that are in desperate need, at positions that were less than good for us this last year, to try to put it kindly, so to speak. So this was a draft for me, which was about getting the trenches dealt with on both sides of the ball. I wasn't able to get really as good a guard as I would have liked with a Nick Broker, but I still think he's a guy that can get in there and compete at right guard with Phil Haynes and give him some good, strong competition down there in that respect of things. And a guy in Darnell Wright, you've got a guy who can, Darnell Washington, sorry, you have a guy that can, at that point, act like a de facto 6th lineman. He can essentially come out there, blow anybody that you want off the ball. Doesn't matter whether it's a defensive end, a linebacker, a safety, a cornerback. He's going to take them all for a ride. So he gives you that kind of component while still being very strong as a pass catcher. I absolutely love this new defensive line we're going to have. Will Anderson, Kalijah Cansey, Keanu Benton in there, and then he even got the kid out of the Coastal Carolina, Jared Clark, as well, in to kind of help it out and just be one extra kind of body down there inside. We've now added from this draft 3 interior bodies, another edge rusher who certainly is going to be an upgrade over Darrell Taylor, both as a pass rusher and as a run defender. I think I've made this team better by this draft. I've got a team that's got great upside to it, and it gives you something in the immediacy as far as returns go. So this has been personally one of my favorite mocks that I've been able to run so far, just because I love the players we end up coming away and out of this draft with. If there was one thing I would have liked to have been able to deal with that I was not able to deal with, would have been the middle linebacker position. But I think in making the signings of Devin Bush and Bobby Wagner, and the point of making those signings is that you're not driven to the need of having to take that Deion Henley or maybe Trenton Simpson there in the second round, that you can go a different route with that because you feel comfortable with the position. But I can certainly understand those that might squawk at me saying, you should have gotten a middle linebacker there early on. What are you thinking? How could you have avoided that? We need that desperately. Bobby is so old. Oh my God. I get that. But this is my draft. This is how I feel about it. We'll see what you guys think in that respect of things. We're going to do one more mock here right before Seahawks mock, right before the draft. So this is not the final one, as we're going to have still a few more moves that come down the pike before that time period. But this was one that I would feel pretty darn good about. So there you have it. That is my mock. We'll see what you guys think. And if you think I'm off my rocker on this one, or if I'm right on the mark, this was, as all these mocks have, with a certain bit of pinpoint targeting, if you will, on what I'm trying to get done with it. So it certainly is one that all of these are going to have a little bit of a difference to them. In looking at some of my previous mock drafts, certainly this last mock draft is aligned very closely with other ones I've done. You see this one over here on my shoulder here, where I came away with a couple of the same players we came away out of this draft. I've had a couple of others that are like this, where you're seeing probably a similar mix. And I would say, just going back to that, at the head of that, when it comes to a couple guys in particular here that we talk about being Cansey, Breezy, John Michael Schmitz, or Keanu Benton, I think that these are certainly 4 guys where there is a high probability of a chance that the Seahawks end up locking in on these guys because as did happen a lot as I'm walking through my mock drafts here, they tend to be the best value on the board or equivalent to the best value on the board, while you have that as still the biggest need in this draft. Yes, we've gone this offseason and brought in a couple of guys that certainly will help out this team in Jaron Reed and Tremont Jones, but you've lost 4 guys off the top as well. So merely bringing in just one guy and saying it's good is not good enough. Al Woods is no longer here. You need a couple of those zero techs in there. So in Benton and the Coastal Carolina kid, you're going to have now a little bit of that combination there instantly between the two of them, where I think that gets hemmed up a little bit better. Obviously, Maze Smith would have been a great guy to be able to jump on as well, but he went a little bit earlier. And I know many are going to want potentially me to be looking more at a linebacker there. But to me, the cost, and this is the most interesting part, I think, to be running these mock drafts, is if you can get into a 3rd, 2nd round pick, and if you get that 3rd, 2nd round pick by way of giving away Fant, which means you're likely to take a tight end, if not Darnell Washington, then in that 2nd round, well, then the decision could quickly come down to, if you are already taking a tight end, already grabbing a center there early, if it's not a Schmitz, maybe it's a Luke Wilper. Okay, now on that 3rd, 2nd round pick you have, the really the good, last truly great value of pick you've got sitting there absent maybe the 3rd round pick, if you still do have it at that point in time, is having you look at a board of, yes, there's some good middle linebackers here, but there's only a couple last few remaining zero tech types, guys that could play nose tackle, I think, in the NFL and play it well. And Keanu's not just a guy that's going to get by at the position. I think he actually has some true upside. It's not star upside, but it's a type of upside that makes him very intriguing, almost right there step for step with Maze Smith. And then after those two guys, in my opinion, there is a bit of a drop off at the position. While middle linebacker is somewhat in a similar place, I think by signing Bush and Wagner, the point is that if the value of the board drives you away from middle linebacker over a certain set amount of picks, even if there's guys you might particularly like, that's how you play the value board. That's the way the value board plays out. That's the point of having a Bush, is that insurance plan, is to say, okay, well, we'll maybe come back to that a little bit later. And we could have easily flipped out maybe one of those running backs for another linebacker there. That's another position I wouldn't have hated going that route. I was certainly driven to think about maybe moving back up into 3rd round city there to maybe go get one of these linebackers. And that's maybe a way that it could go, as well as if you package a couple of these late round picks, a future pick, maybe get yourself back up in there to grab a linebacker in the early 3rd at that point, if you've had to kind of blow your ammunition to get up into the 2nd round with a couple of picks, as I did. So I still lean back into saying that the strength of this draft and the, where you want to, make your hay while the sun shines is in the 2nd round, early 3rd round. That's really the spot. To me, it's the 1st round's a little bit of a dicey proposition, because you're going to have fans when you pick in that, and especially that midpoint to late 1st round, you're going to have your fans in different franchises saying, oh, this guy better be so good. And you're going to have general managers going, look, we had to pick the best that was there. We don't know. We just don't know. And it's a little bit of that there. Whereas the 2nd round, you get a little bit of the benefit of the doubt if you happen to miss. I think that gives you a little bit more freedom to truly lean into going for that kind of top end just a little bit. So I would love it if they could come away with the draft like this. I do continually come back to saying that if you invest in the trenches, I know it is old, archaic football. I understand that the analytic folks are telling us that, no, it's actually not. It's not really about the trenches anymore. It's not up there. It's no. Now it's about the secondaries and the skill position players. And they would have you believe that stuff has been reduced in its capacity of importance. I do not believe that that's the case. Maybe there's a slight bit of a nudge down, but it still remains what can help drive you as a football team, what can drive success, what can still get you to Lombardi trophies. And so if the Seahawks come back into this draft, I think, and really nail down in those trenches and keep that at the forefront of what they've done, they can get themselves dominant on both sides of the ball. That can be the Kickstarter step, especially you talk about this offensive line. You've got your 2 tackles that have star potential at this point. You've got Damian Lewis, who is now settled into an above average pro at the left guard position. You get a John Michael Schmitz who comes in from day one and gives you maybe even just a smidge above league starter play, and you lock down that right guard position as well by some mean, either be it in the draft or perhaps Phil Haynes takes some step forward in his game. Now you can start to really get there. I mean, say nothing of if you took one of my picks away and went for a guard in a higher spot. You went for a Steve Avila with a Schmitz and then comboed that up. Imagine if you did have a top 4 offensive line and what that could accomplish for everybody, not just the quarterback, but the receiving core and the running backs and all of it, the whole kit and caboodle. So I always am driven back towards get those trenches dealt with. I know it's old school football, but you feel the benefits of it. And I do feel on top of that we really got hammered last year because we lost the trench battle too often. We weren't the more physical team too many times last year. And I don't think that that's the way that Coach Carroll wants to go about it. I don't think that that's the way that John Schneider wants to go about it. I think that they want a team that's going to be a little bit more of the bully mentality, not having it taken to them, but them giving it to somebody else. And I think if you have the kind of draft that I put forward here, a guy like Anderson gives you a lot of certainty there right off the rip. I love Cansey. Imagine Cansey and Anderson working together and what a lethal combo that could be. Then you got Cano Benton operating off the inside at that point. I think you've taken huge steps forward with your front seven. And as I said earlier on this, I think you've done so by way of also finding a little bit of immediate returns. Anderson's ready to go day one. Cansey's ready to go day one. Benton's ready to go day one. John Michael Schmitz is ready to go day one. Darnell Washington's played a ton of football. He is ready to go day one. These are not guys that you're waiting. Like, well, give them that Darrell Taylor year. They'll get there, LJ Collier year. Right now they get to go. They get on the field. And I can mean they're impactful, but they will provide some impact. So this was my kind of draft. I like to lean towards the best. As you saw, there's a little bit better return on this one versus what I also did prior here, where in the other prior pick, in the way we did this in getting Cansey and Breezy, which still saw us with 2 first-round picks, I think this is also the interesting spot to think about in what is the more valuable thing here. Is the more valuable thing to get the Anderson at the top of the draft to get that game changer, or is the more important thing or the more valuable thing here to trade back, to move back and go in that direction of things? I think that it's really the tantalizing question. It's the enigma a little bit for John Schneider in this draft, because as you can see on the one on my side, you don't lose out on a whole lot of talent by going the other road of getting a future first round pick, because you're also likely to pick up some extra second round picks, as I did by making those multitude of trades as I did in this other mock prior to this one. But is Will Anderson a separating talent? Is he a difference maker at the position? Yes. Is there an edge like him in this draft, in my opinion? No, not certainly as accomplished as he is, no doubt. There's certainly maybe some with some potential as far as he goes, but he's much more closer to realizing that potential, / already realized it to a large degree. Guy's almost got 30 sacks in the last 3 years out of college. I would say this is probably the conundrum that Schneider is turning over in his mind right now. And you could as easily, we're going to talk about this in a second, of course, because there has been some breaking news as far as the Carter situation. I see you guys already talking about it in the chat. You could as easily flip out Anderson for Jalen Carter here too. And you're still looking at that kind of same conundrum. What is the more valuable thing here? Is the more valuable thing to move back and get the extra first round pick and maybe a second round pick and maybe even more? Is that the better thing to go with here? Or is the better thing to kind of just sit down, root down, and take your selections and go and do a little bit of marginally trading it back and around here, kind of like nibbling around on the surfaces, so to speak, on the edges, so to speak? The breaking news, of course, that is come down is that the Seattle Seahawks, it was Bob Condotta, and not Bob the bread man of the Twitter universe, but Bob Condotta announced that that Jalen Carter is indeed going to come in for a visit. And certainly this makes a lot of sense from Jalen Carter's aspect of things, I think, because he is certainly trying to rebuild a little bit of the reputation. So coming in here is interesting, I would say. Teams cannot work out players when they come in for pro days, so you're not going to be able to go see if he's been getting himself into shape since the pro day that he had that was not a good pro day. And so there's not a lot more information you're going to glean from that, but you get him in the room, you get to interview him, you get to talk to him, you get to have your psychologist reading him from the background. I feel like they always have like a doctor in the background, those kind of meetings with glasses, and he's in the darkness kind of just watching and judging. But they are certainly going to meet with them, and they are considering it. I think this could be, as I talked about with the quarterbacks, a little bit of smoke screen going on with your Seattle Seahawks. It's possible here. They want people to think they're interested in Jalen Carter. I'm a little less apt to believe that, because I don't think that teams are going to be as hot to trot on Jalen Carter to the point where I don't think that there's any team in the NFL right now that wants to move up and take the risk for Carter. There are certainly going to be some teams that are going to be happy enough to sit pat and take Carter as he comes, but I don't think that there's any teams that are really trading up, even if Seattle shows this interest. I could be wrong, but I haven't gotten the impression that there's that team that's just so in love with them, they're going to be willing to do that with all of this background as it has. That's going to be a tough sell to any fan base if you're a general manager doing it, and it's certainly the type of decision, if you did that, which could get you fired. As I always say with these decisions general managers make, they're not going to make decisions that are really only downside with very little upside to them. And you better be really trusting your evaluation process at that point and the character stuff and all that if you're trading up for Carter. So I don't think that they're doing this for a smokescreen. I think this is indicative of there is true interest. I know that there's been a lot of talk recently about Jalen Carter just being off the Seahawks board. And we've all heard from other folks online saying that they've got sources that he's off the board. I can't understand why, if he's off the board, you bring him in for a visit at that point. Again, you always go, what's the upside of doing that? You just do your due diligence because you hope he falls into the second round. I mean, get out of here. There's no way Jalen Carter is going to fall into the second round. You do your due diligence because you think he's going to go to 20. He's not going to fall to 20. And if you weren't going to take a risk at him at 5, I don't think you're surely going to take a risk at him at 20. It doesn't make any sense as to this not being something but true interest to me. And some will say that I'm just saying that because my colored bias look at this is that I want Carter here. But as I've said with this, I will trust in Schneider's assessment of it. That's my bottom line on it. It's not what I think or what I want to do, but it'll be on the trusting of our general manager on this particular decision. That's how I'm going to run this one. But I do think that it'd be weird at this point. They're just bringing him in for just the look-see because they think he's falling to 20 or the second round. The sources have been given to him by his agent, Rosenhaus. I don't think Drew's been in this game this long to find himself caught off guard on draft day where he's been told by a team this guy's going to be picked in the top 10, and then that guy then slides to the second round. The Bears need a Jalen Carter for their defense. The Eagles are playing with house money at 10 right behind him. He is going to go in the top 10 of this draft if the Seahawks pass on him. I don't say that I'm shedding a tear way, but again, I'm just saying it this is not a due diligence. Let's pull this one apart with the whole, it's just due diligence, checking up on a player thing. It's bringing him in the building because there is still some interest there in him. And maybe he has to come in there and kill the interview and absolutely just woo them with his charisma and charm. Could be that. When they're saying anything short of that, he's off the board. So it could be that on the other side. But at the very least, he's not off the board at this point. So Carter's coming in. It's going to be checked out. We'll see how this goes with that situation, but I certainly think he is in play. My assessment of him remains what it is. I'm not doing any, part-time private investigator work on the side. I don't have a badge here in my desk. I don't have a holster with a gun in the back. So I'm not going to act like I know any of the background stuff on this kid, really. I've watched everything you guys have watched. I've read all the reports you guys watched. I'm going to go back in, lean on Schneider's word with this, and let him run with this. But if he thinks it's clean and they make the pick, you're going to be watching me on draft day, celebrating the fact that we came away with, in my opinion, the best pure player in this draft. I'm going to celebrate that. I hope you guys are having a great day. And please do, if you are having a great day and also are liking the video. If you're having a bad day, but you still like the video, well, then either case, just hit that like button. But either way, please, if you could for me, hit that like button here as we are on the march to 12,000 subscribers. We are moving fast. We're definitely, I think, going to hit there right around the time or get close to there by the time of the draft. So I do appreciate all the new people that have signed up here to the Hawks Nest. Welcome on aboard. We'll be getting some more uploaded content to you guys out here soon on the shorter variety of things. I'm working on this Anthony Richardson video that I just can't quite get right. And I got a couple of other things percolating in the background. So we'll hopefully get some more uploads out here soon. I know I got folks just liking kind of more of the short content on that side. I'm working on it. So I promise you guys on that, we're going to, try to get something going there. DVN, what is up? Furlack, hello. Josie, how's it going, man? Tony Wright, Jose Garcia, good to see you guys in the chat. Megan Gock-Roger has been celebrating 17 months, long months as a Hawks Nest member. And for folks out there that are considering membership, I just dropped my 45,000 word, that's right, 45,000 word draft guide to the members of my channel. So if you are a member of the channel, go check your community post. You can both see the updated horizontal Brandon big board, and you can also get a draft guide that nobody asked for. But you're getting it nonetheless, and you're a member of the channel, so enjoy those benefits. Megan says, greetings, B. N12s. Hope you all had a wonderful Easter, or if you don't celebrate it, chocolate eating day, or whatever you celebrate. I know everybody had a good Easter. Happy Easter, everybody out there. I had a good one. It's nice and low key. Not too much, not too little, just kind of in the, kind of chilling. Lost a little bit of the chat there. Sorry, guys. That's what happens when I have a long intro is I lose the chat at the top. So if I missed your question, I'm sorry about that. But it cut off a little bit of the chat for me. Dead center, would Carter play nose tackle or a 3-4 end? He'd play 3-4 end, but you could put him in snaps at a nose. He played nose at Georgia. you essentially dead center in him. You have a guy that legitimately could play all around the line of scrimmage. Georgia at times had him standing up as an edge rusher. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to do that at the next level, but if you wanted to go to a 4-3 look and turn him into a 5 tech in a 4-3 on early downs, you could. The guy provides you a lot of versatility in where you can line him. He's not just a pure 3-4 end or a pure, he goes everywhere. His best positions probably, or where he'll do his most damage, would indeed be as a 3-4 end. But I think he could play a multitude of different positions. Herbazad, good to see you in the chat, man. Lobster Special, who are the mid to late secondary guys that the Seahawks will be interested in this year? Secondary guys. That's a good question. Mid to late. So they have met with Jordan Houghton out of Minnesota, and he's a fun player. A lot of kind of stop and start, kind of Jamal Adams-like stop and start to his game if you're looking kind of for general comparison. He's not the blitzer that Jamal is, but a guy that played a lot of different snaps in a lot of different areas for that Minnesota defense. And he could be a guy I've thought that you're looking kind of 4th round as a safety would be, certainly with the fact they've met with him, would be interesting, kind of putting those two together just a little bit. From a free safety standpoint, I think Ronnie Hickman out of Ohio State, he's got some similarities in his versatility to Jordan Houghton. So he fits to this defense and what you're going to want your safeties to do. Real instinctive player, goes hard. He's got some flaws to his game. Both with Houghton and him, they're not perfect players. That's one of the reasons that they're going to be a little bit more middle roundish. But a guy that you both I think in Houghton and him, you're getting guys that you maybe get in the 4th round and onwards who will be able to start for you down the road and play well. I don't think they have started him up ahead of their career, but I think they could be solid starters in this league. Jair Brown, depending on where he goes, I know that he's going to remind Carolyn Schneider of Earl Thomas. He ran a really slow 40 time, which is going to ding him down. If he ran an Earl Thomas 40 time, he'd be a top 15 pick in this draft. But because he runs something that's so slow, he's going to drop all the way into maybe the third round, maybe even to depth of the 3rd round. But a player that you turn on the tape, and he is just outstanding. Couple cornerbacks, I would say that certainly jump out to me. Caillou Kelly of Stanford would kind of fit that mold to what they look at a bit. Rajon Wright of Oregon State with his ball skills and length and size would definitely be a guy in the 4th round. I think that could jump out to them as somebody they would target. Julius Brents is a guy going up much higher than I think he should go. But if he was a guy that was to have a little bit of that Tariq Woolen dip to him, certainly in the 4th round, you would take a look at him. And I think at that point, early 3rd round's just way too early for him. Those would be the main corners I would take a look at this point. I don't think they're going to just target an inside slot only guy, but there's a couple names for you. Doug Baker says getting starting defensive tackle, a starting inside linebacker, a starting center of the draft, that would be perfect. You don't need backup players. You need starters. It's fair enough. And I definitely dealt with at least 2 of those 3. I think that's the one thing I would say there's a little bit of an irony there, Doug, in the inside linebacker, because you could go draft a Deion Henley or Simpson and come to find out that Bush outplays them in training camp and then they are serving a backup role. That's one of the reasons I was led away from going to the inside linebacker from my own standpoint in this particular draft. I'm not against it, Doug. I mean, I'd be perfectly happy if they grab a mid linebacker, and I agree with you. It is a need. But when you are talking about defensive line, to me, you're talking about more about the rotation you're putting together than it is about the frontline guys. And you've got nobody at that 0 tech right now. So bringing in Benton, you're bringing in a de facto starter. You do not want to have, in my opinion, Jaron Reed starting on the other side. I'd like to have Draymond Jones and Kalijah Cansey as my 2-3-4 ends on early downs. If I can, if we're going to run if we truly are going to run the 3-4. So I am getting starters in all my picks with it, but that's the one issue with going inside linebacker that you could run into a little bit. I do think Deion Henley will outplay Bush in training camp, but I'm not sure of it. I'm not positive. I think long-term he'll be definitely a better player, but not sure if he's going to immediately be a better player. That's a little bit of the rub there on that inside linebacker, but that was the one pick I was driven to be a little bit torn on whether or not to go with it or not. Henry Mars, can we draft Jalen Carter and Cansey? Can they play together? Absolutely, they can play together. You just put them on either end of the line. And again, people get caught up on starters with this, but this isn't 1980s and 1990s football. It's the modern age of football where you're rotating guys through. You're trying to keep them fresh. And when you look at the current line, let's remember we dropped. Yes, we added 2 guys, but remember in the adding of 2 guys to the defensive line, you've lost Al Woods, you've lost Quentin Jefferson, you've lost Poona Ford, you've lost Shelby Harris. It's 4 guys for the 2 that you've added, lost. So it's not about just merely adding a 1 guy here or 1 guy. You need to significantly help out the position at this point, one way or another in this draft, because you don't have any money to spend now on it. So it's not a matter of, well, if we don't get the draft, we'll just go get a street free agent. You know, I mean, more money to spend. You're going to have to do it in the draft, unfortunately. Megan, that's not bad, B. A couple I wouldn't have thought of, but no Carter at 5 has me pleased. Oh, goodness. Cougar fan for real, pretty good work. This would be a really good draft, bro. Thank you, Cougar fan. Appreciate it, man. I tried to give this a lot of thought and spend a good day kind of going through the scenarios and thinking about it and I wanted to do a draft. I haven't done one of these mocks so far with Anderson, I think, at the forefront. I wanted to do one of those where he did dip and fall, and 4 quarterbacks get taken at the top, which is where this direction could be kind of the tilt right now at the moment. Then that definitely does mean you're going to have yourself an option to take Anderson or Carter. TD says vid title is golden. Thank you, TD. Appreciate it, man. Jonathan Magana, I really like Dorian Williams from Tulane. Love him a lot as well, Jonathan. Really another one of these linebackers in this draft that are just so very fast. Quick, fast, rangy as hell. You certainly love his upside for what he could bring in coverage in that aspect, and I know he can blitz like a demon. So a guy that if you're in that 4th, 5th round range, Owen Pompoe, Dorian Williams, we walk away with one of those guys. They're not Dan Henley. They're not Trenton Simpson. They're not Drew Sanders. They're not that run, but they're just a little rung below and still could be really at least average starters in this league in the middle linebacker role. And good backup options for going into next season for sure. Go Hawks 2023 says, I'm hoping big time the Cards move down. I do indeed think that they are when it's all said and done. They have a very, according to what I'm reading, a very big intent to get themselves moved down in this draft. So come hell or high water, a large return of draft capital or maybe just a smidgen, they're going to probably end up moving down one way or another. What's up, Nicholas? Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well, Herbicide. Greg says, I'd be happy with this mock. Glad to hear it, man. Jonathan, so hope we get Chris Rodriguez. He even wears 24. He definitely has patterned his game off of Marshawn, too. You could always see this with running backs when you came out of the Barry Sanders age. And it's one of the great parts about having Marshawn is that the lasting legacy of him also gets to sort of carry on here, because what you got with Barry Sanders when you came out is before Barry, there weren't guys doing that juke move in the open field. You had the guys that could do kind of like the Gale Sayers kind of slow roll juke, but it was more of almost like a dance to kind of lull you to death in the open field. And Barry's was more of the violent, twitchy quickness. And guys after Barry all started to be able to really do it a lot better, more than you ever saw before, and you felt that impact. And then you'd see those guys that were almost just, almost pure Barry, like a Warwick Dunn type, that almost felt like this kid was watching Barry for years. And I feel that same way with Rodriguez and watching him specifically from this draft, in that he wears the 24. He's got almost like the split-legged running style of Marshawn Lynch a little bit to him. It stands out, and he runs hard, and he runs tough, and he's always driving the pile forward. And if you want a short yardage back in this draft, Roschon Johnson and Chris Rodriguez is where it's at. Kind of where it starts and where it ends it a little bit almost. I haven't found a couple guys that really match up to those guys and what they do from that standpoint of things. Nick Craig, thank you for the $2 donation. What is the story on Seahawks and Jacobs? So Josh Jacobs rumors. I'd seen something mentioned about this vaguely, but I had not seen anything that the Seahawks Raiders proposal, Seahawks. Well, this is a Yardbarker article. Seahawks have done a great job. So I don't know on that one. I've heard a couple of vague theories out there about the move being with Jacobs being connected to Seattle. And I suppose if you have a situation where Seattle becomes the team that the Raiders move up from 7 with to 5 to go get their quarterback, and now you're looking for the compensation to be right in doing that, and you could do theoretically a Josh Jacobs and a 3rd round pick or something, and that's how you could met out that deal. But it still doesn't make any sense to me because he's on a franchise tag. So you'd have to sign Josh Jacobs to a long-term contract in order to bring that trade on. You don't have the money to get that done. So I don't know how that would work unless they're talking about flipping a full 1st round pick, which I would not be in favor for Josh Jacobs at this point. Too much tread's been taken off that tire and you're at the danger zone as far as hoping that productivity is going to last as they have like a career year like this. It doesn't just keep going forever at this point. Especially those Bama backs that get run down into nothing at the end of their Bama careers. I know Henry's been different from that, and so is this guy, but some of these other guys felt like they just came out and they were just kind of cooked. But I can't see how it makes any sense outside of it just being they find some creative fashion to get it done by moving the money around, I guess. He's on a franchise, so it's just that full cost hits this year. They don't have the money to do it. They could find a way, I guess, but they just don't have the money to do it. Mark Sanchez coming in with a $50 donation. Mark, you are always awesome, brother. Always awesome. God, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Salute you, sir. Very kind of you. He says, "Hey, Brando, I need a big favor from you to turn my day around. In-laws are driving me nuts. Always in my business. Please help me out with a great mock." I got you, man. Got you. It's right here. I rebuild our trenches. I'm going to start moving this offensive line into a dominant space. I just drafted the best Seahawks tight end in their history in the 2nd round. A complete tight end, not one of these one-trick pony types. Not one of these, I'm a pass catcher. I don't really like to block, It's like not my thing, man. I just like to run down the field and catch things. That's just what I do. No. This is one of those guys where they say, "Hey, who's the player in the team you want to take with you into the back alley?" You're in a back alley, bro. Who you want right next to you? I got you at with this tight end right here, Mark. I got you on that. I got an explosive defensive tackle who's got the closest shades to Aaron Donald that I've seen since Aaron Donald has been drafted. It's not an empty comparison. Yes, he's missing a little bit of the power of Donald, but make no mistake about it, they don't come this explosive. That 40-yard dash, which is the fastest in the last 25 years of the combine for a defensive tackle, that's not an empty stat from him. That's not an empty drill from him. It's what you see on the tape and his explosion. And he's got the productivity on top of that physical explosion you do see. Tackle for losses, sack, play in and play out, being a problem with that explosiveness. It's only a matter of just a couple inches of that arm length. Mark, that's all that's at play. Just a couple mere inches. That's his only question, Mark. As I say, if he had 2 inches longer arm, he'd be a top 5 pick in this draft, no doubt about it. Then I'm giving you the safest center in this draft. I'm giving you Creed Humphrey 2.0. But whereas Creed Humphrey on the inverse side was more of the pass protector who could sometimes get a little bit of run blocking done for you, this is the guy that's the run blocker who can be okay as a pass protector. But he's safe. He's coming in. He's starting day one. He's going to have more impact and better impact for you at the center position than that one silly, weird, magical year that Justin Britt gave you in that center back like 18 that got him a contract extension. It's been that long since we've had really good center play for an entire NFL season. He's going to give that to you next year. And oh yeah, a couple cherries on top. Keanu Benton, maybe the second best zero tech in this draft, and Israel Abakanda that just hit out a 4.26 40 on his pro day. And as I say, the drills on this guy match the speed you see on the field with him. He is faster than everyone else, pure and simple. And he's not one of these 190 pounds, 185 pounds, paper thin. No. Guy goes out there at 215. He carries what you want, though. He can move. He can move, and he's got some size to him. So, and then I come back with another hammer and Rodriguez back in the 6th round. I got a stacked backfield coming back next year. My tight end core remains stacked. My offensive line's improved. My defensive line is hugely proved. Last year, Al Woods, Quentin Jefferson, Brian Monet, and Shelby Harris. This year now, I got Kalijah Cansey. This is just defensive tackles. Kalijah Cansey, Jaron Reed, Draymond Jones, Keanu Benton, and Jared Clark, the Coastal Carolina kid on the other side of it. Which of those it seems better to you? And as well, improve the edge. I flipped out Darrell Taylor, who is a complete negative no-show in the run game, and got you Will Anderson, who is everything Darrell Taylor is as a pass rusher, and then more. And then he's also a plus run defender in addition to that. So we've taken some steps forward in my mock, and what I like about it, above all else, in my opinion, I'm not trying to pat myself here on the back, but what I like about it from my standpoint, if we took this direction, in my opinion, is that not only are you getting the upside, not only are you picking the value, not only are you not stretching your boards out for need at that point, but you're setting the stage for these players to come in day one and be fantastic for you, Mark. So hopefully this can get you through with the in-laws. You know, there's nothing you can do about it at times that you just got to kind of grit your teeth, right? Walk outside, scream at a wall for a few seconds, then come back inside. There's no running away from it, though. There's just nothing you can do on that one. I know how that goes. So hang in there, brother. Hang in there. And hopefully my mock puts a little bit of a smile on your face here today. And you certainly did with me on that $50 donation. My gosh, my man. Tremendous donation and very kind of you as always. It's not the first one you've dropped here. I really do appreciate all that support, Mark. Thank you so much. Amazing, man. Guys are just amazing, your support on that. And Mark, hang in there. In-laws are tough sometimes, man. They're just testing you. That's all, Mark. You know, they're just making sure you're still the right one for our baby. Robbie Red, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, if we get a haul for the 5th pick, then we take it. That's where I was as I was, measuring up against the other mock I ran today with the one I ran earlier. Rob, I think you're feeling the same thing I am with it, where it's like, boy, you look at those two returns, and you go, boy, I don't like trading back. I want to get one of the two best players in this draft. I do. But I get that future first round pick. I get an extra second round pick. I'm still picking twice in the first round of this draft. It's a mighty tasty proposition, isn't it? It's a hard one to turn down instead of just going for that one talent there at that spot. Especially if you can facilitate it by the quarterback trade up. But that's also the key with it, I think, at that point from where I look at this, Robbie. Because I think the condition that we're talking about today is 4 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks. The Cardinals trade back. The Seahawks are now left with Will Anderson and Jalen Carter. Even if you have the gusto to want to go there and trade back if you're the Seahawks, is there that team that wants to move up in the draft for one of those 2 players in a way to give you the significant haul you're going to expect for moving back? And when I looked at that scenario from my standpoint, I just didn't think that was feasible. It's feasible if there's a quarterback there. If one of the sacred 4 remain, then certainly it's feasible. But outside of that, I don't know. I'm not sure, Robbie, that there'll be a guy there that they will be as sold enough on Anderson, certainly not on Carter, but Anderson are you going to jump up if you're the Titans from, 11, 12 to 5 and give up a future first and give up a second this year for Will Anderson? I don't think they would. I could be wrong on that. I could be in kind of crazy town on that one, but it just doesn't seem like I don't think they would. Kelly, what's up? It's good to see you in the chat. Says, hey, Dad. I'm guessing you're speaking to Dad's on the, I'm guessing Dad's actually on the thing. Listening in. And what's up, Dad? He's on as well. Grug says, my biggest fear is the Cardinals will trade down with the Eagles and they'll pluck Carter away from us. I don't think that nobody's trading up for Carter at this point, Grug. I just don't think, certainly there's teams that'll be happy enough to pick him in the top 10 if he slides to them. And maybe Seattle's one of those teams that's happy enough to, hey, you slid to 5. You had no business going at 5. We'll take you. But I don't think that there's a team that's going to give up future draft capital and this year's draft capital to take Carter this year. And maybe, certainly maybe I'm off on this one. There's certainly plenty of people that are sold on him out there in the NFL circles as far as the way that I look at him as a talent. But hard to see that happening necessarily. Hangwood Lee says, Cards really want to set up the year after when they get close to being able to cut Murray. Probably true, Hungru. Probably very true. I'm sure they've already got a little bit of a view of how long they're going to have to wait on that one. What's up, Brian? Brian Myers in the house. A little view. If you're just joining us now, I'll pop up the mock draft I ran here over my left shoulder so you can get a look. Wilbur Knight, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house too as well. King Bombers, what's up? All my peoples are in the house. Love to see it. Herbicide says, I'll pass on Avila. Don't want to use an upper level pick on right guard. I looked at it a couple times in my draft with the same thought process, Herbicide. I sat there and looked at it doing a couple of these mocks, and I was like, well, you could go Schmitz and Avila, and you don't have really a great guard moving on later on that could necessarily work. But then I started thinking, but do you? Because if I go, do I love Avila so much that I wouldn't rather go with a different position than just go get a Nick Broker later on? Or even to me, the kid that's not talked a lot about is at right guard that I think you can get later in this draft, who's a pure fit for our offensive line, is the Gaines kid out of UCLA. I'm kind of not sure why he doesn't get more love. Both him, a couple of Pac-10 guys, both Avila and Bass should be getting a lot more love in this draft. And if those guys are going to drift down into the 5th, 6th, 7th roundish area, and you're picking up those guys, you could be finding a starter very close to what you get from an Avila. Kind of even, in my opinion, Herbicide, even in, I put Avila and Torrance kind of the same place. They're right in that same box for me right now. It's the unimpressive box. Okay. It's like the cereal you get from the store that's the knockoff. You know? It looks like it. But once the milk hits the cereal, the experience is not like the signature brands. King Bomber, I know you hate talking about Carter, but my thoughts, opinions to share on the visit. No. I only hate when people ask me a question I've answered 50,000 times, but this is new news. And I, as I've said about the Carter thing, I just got to get over my own little stuff on that, right? Like, this is part of running a channel and this stuff happens. And I don't know why this one particular has gotten caught in my craw at times, but this is new news. King Bomber, we were just talking about a couple of days ago, hearing from people that were getting from their sources that the Seahawks had completely removed him off the board. So I think that now you do need to discuss a little bit more of, okay, wait, he's coming to actually visit with us. And as I was saying hopefully caught a little bit, I had some comments just about probably 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago on this, where I really went deep into it, King Bomber. But I don't think, the bottom line is, I wouldn't think that this is a smokescreen. I don't think they're just doing this for looks. I don't think that they're doing this because they believe he's going to fall to 20 or something silly like the second round, as some people have talked about. That's not going to happen. He's been told he's going to be taken in the top 10. Are the Bears, after they've told Drew Rosenhaus and knowing that they're going to have to deal with Drew Rosenhaus in the future, going to just suddenly pull that rug out? I wouldn't think so. When teams tend to tell a player that they're going to pick him in a spot, they're going to go pick him in a spot. And if he's been instructed of this, I'm going to take him at his word on this. I know agents are greasy, real greasy. And Drew Rosenhaus might be one of the most in and out burgers of agents that we got. No doubt about that. But doesn't mean he's lying on this one. Doesn't mean he's being true. So I think the interest is true here, King Bomber. Doesn't mean that he's now absolutely their number one guy at 5. No, it doesn't mean that on the other end either. It could be very well in this that he has to come in there and really woo them and win them over. And if he does that, then that'll be enough to close the door. Or if he comes in there and shows them any little gleam, like King Bomber, like any little flash of attitude or flash of lack of taking responsibility. Somebody was talking today that I was listening to about this situation, saying, you bring him in the room and you ask him a question you know the answer to. And that could be smart. It's a good way of doing an interview. I know the truth of this situation. I know exactly what happened, and you can tell me this truth, or I can learn about whether or not you're evasive here or not. So this will be big for him and probably determining in it, but it does say that there's some interest. How big that interest goes, how close they are to actually really considering him as a pick at 5, still hard to say on that part of it. But there certainly is some smoke here to this particular fire on that one. Mark Harpercorn, thank you for mentioning that. I really do appreciate it. If you do guys like what you're listening to, do me a favor and hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. Megan says the Hawks Nest spent the day on Ravens chats after the OBJ signing yesterday. Looking more likely they will move up to 3. Oh, interesting, Megan. I had saw the signing. I hadn't been tracking a little bit about what it meant with the Baltimore situation, but I mean, it doesn't seem like Lamar he can come back there, Megan, but I don't know. If they're moving up to 3, certainly, Megan, they're looking up to, at that point, to get a quarterback if they are going that route. The OBJ signing was a weird one, though, Megan. The 1-year deal, $15 million, $3 million, seems like a lot of money to be paying a guy that didn't play last year. It's had multiple ACLs, was getting kind of older. But he's also had some good workouts, so he's looked good. D-Boy in the house. What's up, D-Boy? It's good to see you, man. TD Granddaddy Darnell can block. Absolutely amazing blocker. A dominating blocker. A blocker that almost you have to account for defensively. Where if this guy seals us off here, who's our backup plan to come up and help rally to make the play? Because he's likely to seal this guy off here. And he's not just a plodding, sixth lineman that can't catch, can't run routes. He can catch. He can run routes. He's got an insane catch radius. Go look at the catch he makes at the combine where Odell Beckham's guy must be jumping about 14 feet in the air. Odell Beckham's the ball with his fingers and still brings his feet in bounds before he gets out of bounds. He's a complete tight end. And one of my favorite players in the draft. Jonathan says, Brandon, great content as always. Who fits better from these guys? Cansey, Breezy, Maze Smith, or Keanu Benton? I think Maze Smith is certainly the best pure zero tech fit, Jonathan, for sure. But Keanu Benton gives you something Maze doesn't in the respect of he can pass rush a little bit. Maze's got like a sack and a half the past 2 years. So when I say that he doesn't provide you any pass rush, I mean he provides you no pass rush. It's a little bit odd to me is why Maze is going to be going potentially even in the top of the first round or so high in the second round in this draft, but that seems to be where his prognostication for arrival is going. Well, they are very close to each other as players, though, Jonathan. Both guys are really good fits for this defense. So I think that they both are equivalent fits. Mazi a little more in being your zero tech you want first and foremost to be a great run stuffer. And if they can give you some pass rush, great. But that's what you want you need them to stop the run first and foremost. Mazi does that just a smidge better than Benton. But Benton's a way better pass rusher than Mazi Smith. So happy with either guy on that. Both fits. Breezy probably fits a little bit better for what you look at, Jonathan, from a 3-4 defensive end in this scheme. It's a little bit weird with this, though, because a lot of times when people reference the size specifications for a 3-4 end in a 3-4 scheme, they're referencing more of the old school view of what you looked for as a 3-4 end, which is like the old Bill Belichick view of 3-4 defensive ends. He wants these big butt, big, huge guys, just big shoulders, really wide, right? So his linebackers can run free, a guy that can just stick his butt out and clip an offensive lineman to keep him from getting down to the second level. So you tended to want these 3-4 guys that were, Richard Seymour types, where they're big enough at the point of attack where they can just kind of hold their ground and two gap a little there. They can keep the linebackers protected. Every once in a while they can shoot a gap if you need them to, but you want them strong and long at the point of attack. With Cansey, of course, he's not going to necessarily be strong or definitely not long at the point of attack. So it's a little bit different. But you run this a little bit different, Jonathan, where your 3-4 ends in this particular scheme get upfield. They actually attack. They do a lot of essentially, single gapping like. It's called gap and a half, but it's just easier sometimes for me just to call it single gapping because the half is it's relevant, but it's not as relevant as you're letting your defensive lineman attack. And I don't want to undersell that part of this with this 3-4 as opposed to other 3-4 defenses. So all of the guys do technically fit because of this attacking from the defensive line standpoint style of 3-4 defense. But certainly, Cansey's missing a little bit of length, Jonathan, because you do at the end of the day at times want your guy there to be able to hold up. And a guy like Breezy could maybe have two guys hitting him at the point of attack and he can hold his ground. Whereas a guy like Cansey's not holding up against double teams. You get him up, he's getting sealed off. Greg says, Greg, that's hilarious. It's tough being a content creator, yeah. Oh man. He went hard the other day. He went hard with the other day, saying he was off. They were off the board. So I think he was like, I'm 99.9.9999999 percent sure that he's off the board. Oxo says, where do you rank the Seahawks roster compared to the rest of the NFL? Oh, fantastic! What a great question, Hoxo. Love it, man. Love it. I think probably you've got the Bills, Chiefs, Bengals, Niners, Eagles. Hmm. Good question. We're probably like 9th, 10th best roster in football right now. Probably somewhere in there. I would probably put Bills, Chiefs. Can't quite get the. It's like, Chargers got the better situation with the quarterback, lets them guide, but I don't know if the Chargers are better than us. I feel like we are better than them on that. I can't quite put the Jaguars over the top of us. Certainly nobody else in that division to me is jumping over the top. We got the Steelers clip. The Ravens might have us, so that might push. But yeah, right around 10, 11. Sounds right. And Connor Oshwagler, that's my view of it too. Carter was put everywhere on this. It's part of why he's such a special talent, folks. He's outside the box player. You can put him anywhere. And I think you could move him all over the place. Free indeed says, Pete Carroll said that was a stupid rumor and isn't feasible that Carter would be off their board. I saw the clip this morning. It's good to hear. It's good to hear on their part. I wouldn't think, there's some that might say that this is a little bit of gamesmanship on their part, where even if he's off the board, you just don't want to say he's off the board. So there's this. I still don't quite understand that, if that's really the case, or if that is the case, then why go all the way to the lengths of meeting with him? It always struck me as odd, that they had been off the board, but this is, again, we just don't know. I hear so many back and forth a little bit when it comes to Carter. You see one story here, you see one story there. You hear this over here, but then you hear this is way overblown from other sources from this. It's one of the reasons why my head spins on it a little bit, because I don't know what to believe or who to go to, or there is no safe harbor here. I come back to, running to the arms of my general manager going, save us, show us the way. He needs to be our Gandalf, That's what we need, is we need Schneider to be our Gandalf with his staff, And he either looks at Carter and says, you'll pass, or ye shall not pass. Megan Gockroger, thank you for the $20 donation. I really do appreciate it, Megan. Very, very kind of you, and I hope you're doing well tonight out there. Dan Unda says, not to brag, but finally broke 320 players scouted for the draft. Got another 200 or so, hopefully, to get done before the draft. Love looking at them now. I love looking at them now that I have your draft guide to look at as well. Well, thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. And boy, you are beyond me for sure. I think my count last night had me at something like 200, and I think I'm like 230 is what I'm at right now on the guys I've scouted in this draft. So I'm getting deep. I'm gonna still think I'll be right around probably 275-ish when it's all said and done, but definitely getting into more of the depths of the draft at this point, Megan, feeling more comfortable about outlook and view, and knowing what I know with these guys. But that's very good. It's very good on your process. 320, that's legit work. I can attest. I know how hard that work is. So I do. If you guys are, again, if you are members on the channel right now, do check out your community post. I did just post my draft guide last night. So well over 200 players in the draft guide scouted. Chad Hart says Carter will end up in Seattle or Chicago, most likely. I agree. Seattle passes on him. I think Carter's going to Chicago. Let's see here. Sorry, a little bit. Mark Sanchez, you are an animal, man. Thank you so much again for that dono. Big dono. You too, Megan. Robbie Red, appreciate you guys. Nick, you're awesome. How says this year's quarterbacks are mad. Good thing they go 1 through 4. I'm good with it. Herbicide says, hey, Mariner fans, what do you guys think of the changes? Pitch clock, no shifting. I like it so far, Herbicide. I've been very much, when watching the games, it's fun with them just going by so quickly as they do, and I think it's players will get used to it. They'll get comfortable into it, and the flow of the games are a lot better, in my opinion. Like the lack of the shift, too. It looks more like baseball. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. What's up, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez? And by the way, folks, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, a long-time moderator here on this chat, is on the road to 1,000 subscribers over on his channel. So he's getting closer and closer and closer. Once he gets to 1,000, he gets to be monetized. So let's do our family here in the Hawks Nest some good, and do get over to Seahawks Jose and get yourself subbed up over to his channel, as you'll be helping him out tremendously. He says, just finished my mock draft. Not realistic, but it was fun. It will be up in an hour. Hell yeah, Jose. It is fun, isn't it? And there's nothing like it when you have so many picks to run through. That's that's made this an even more funner period than anything else. Is just, you got so many selections, so many different iterations, so many different ways you can go about it. And it makes it all that much more exciting. Mark says, Easter weekend is bad for me, as my 14 years ago, my ex-wife took off with my son, not seen or heard since. One of many reasons, but yeah. Oh, yikes, that's brutal. Sorry, man. Sorry to hear that, Mark. It's tough. Hawk says, any free agents you would want after the draft? I know it's hard. It's kind of hard to say, not knowing the results of the draft. No, I understand. There's some places you could kind of look to. I think certainly you would. I don't have necessarily a name in mind, but finding a veteran receiver that you could fit into here after the draft. I think it's going to get hard at times to find the receiver in this draft unless they look to target one early, and I don't think they're going to do that. And so I don't have a certain vet name for you, but a guy that's been kind of equivalent to that: Philip Dorsett, Marquise Goodwin, veteran who's been around the league. A little bit left in the tank maybe, but still a quality pro. Find a little bit maybe more of that out there. Certainly Jadeveon Clowney remains out on the open market, and I don't know what his cost is going to be at this point. I don't know what's going to run, but I think he's a guy you bring in here as part of that rotation, and he could help out quite a bit. And he could also provide some versatility in the places that he could play with the team. So I would probably look at something like that. There's not really any middle linebackers out there to address anything. There's not really any linemen that stand out to me at this point. So it's very thin. It was already kind of Hawksville, a very thin free agent class prior to it going through all of these 3 phases. Now it is certainly at this point, you're picking over bones 100%. Paul Sucia says, do you recall any team that had a top 3 O-line and D-line the same year? Buccaneers were probably close there a couple years ago, Paul, right? You had the Shaq Barrett, Jason Pierre-Paul, then inside Villa and the other guy, defensive tackle, I'm spacing out at the moment for some weird reason. That would have been a pretty good one there with their offensive line on the other side, pretty strong. So they were probably a team that would have been in on that. Certainly the Eagles. Eagles this last year would have been a team like that. Has there been anyone other than that recently? I don't know if there's been some other teams that have been able to do that. Going through my mind, I'm like, who? No. Outside of those ones, I can't think of any other real examples. Some teams have maybe come a little close, but they would seem to kind of come short of the more I think about it with it. I can't say few and far between. Mariners going extra innings again? Oh, Lord, look out. Mad Max says Jalen Carter at 5. That's what the Seahawks are going to do. Love where your head's at, Mad Max. I hope so. I watch this. Speaking of Bama backs, Gibbs might be a second-round steal. Dude is faster than I thought and 200 pounds. Yeah, I think he weighed in at the combine. I don't know if he got up to 200. I watched. I think he was at 190 at the combine. But nonetheless, your comments are on point. He still is a very exciting, very, very exciting player and very unique. He's got a little bit of that gear to him that reminds me of Chris Johnson, where once he starts putting his foot in the ground and going, he's faster than everybody else on the football field, at the very least for a good 7-8 yard run. And then he's fast on top of that. He can play outside in the slot at receiver, unlike any other running back in this draft. I think he is very unique unto himself in that way. There's guys that can do it close, but he's the best in that respect. So he gives you a lot of flexibility in where he can line up and what he can do. Just get him about 10 to 15 touches a game, and he'll help you win football games. Don't try to make him a bell count back. Put him into that role, and he can definitely succeed. King Bombers has been kind of looking at a few more prospects. What are your thoughts on Carter, Cansey, Adewari, Breezy, Maze Smith, Trenton Simpson with some wiggling via trades, OFC? If you walked out of the draft, that'd be great with those. I think with Adewari and Simpson, you do have a little bit of not sure necessarily what you're getting. You have every bit the physical potential and ability you could want from a prospect in both of those two guys in the positions that they play. But there is some question marks about them reaching that spot. You are definitely drafting those guys towards their upside, where I do think with Carter, Cansey, and Maze Smith, they're where they're kind of at and where they're going to be. Breezy's a little bit in between because he's still kind of recovering off that ACL. But Carter's game wrecker, very close to almost a generational talent, maybe not quite there. Cansey's as close as we've come to Aaron Donald since Aaron Donald entered the league, King Bomber. It's a legit comparison. Adewari is really not very tall, but a little short, but then he's got these insanely long arms, so he's going to win the leverage war every time because he's a little bit, 6'1", 6'2", but then he's got the long arms in addition to that, so he can really lock guys out. With him, he had to develop the hand fighting. It's a little like Will McDonald, where those guys sometimes they come off the ball looking really good and sudden, and they can change direction and they can dip and give you a little bend sometimes. But they don't always do anything with their hands. They could just kind of get locked up. They don't chain moves together. They don't have a counter move to go back to, and that's the part that you're hoping they develop as they go forward. And Adewari showed it at the Senior Bowl. He was at times almost unblockable, and he was doing it with his ability to work moves. He would work rip moves and swim moves. It's kind of blowing me away watching him at the Senior Bowl because I was going, where the hell was this on tape? Why weren't you doing this in college more, buddy? But guys develop. Guys aren't a finished product. So if he can continue to develop, and his physical abilities, a 95, 96, 97 percentile athlete, King Bomber. And Simpson's of a guy very similar into the same place, but Simpson, there's the questions of, can he play truly inside? Is he a guy that can operate in a 3-4 as a middle linebacker? He didn't look super comfortable last year playing inside with Clemson. First the prior year where he was more outside, doing a little more pass rush, spot dropping and stuff. But the physical ability in all those guys you mentioned is awesome and some of the better in the class. But there's just a little bit of variance in question, King Bomber, about which ones are going to reach there, which ones are closest to getting there, which ones where there's a huge question of whether they may even get to there. But I'd be okay with any of those picks. All those guys I do like. I do think Adewari will get there eventually. I think it may take a little bit of time, but he will get there. And Simpson's just too physically good not to excel at the next level. Plus, you can always fall back on him as a pass rusher if he fails out as a middle linebacker. WK Football Shorts, it says, just saying, if this did happen, I would be pretty pissed that we didn't draft a wide receiver. Understandable, WK. Certainly going into this, leaving this draft, I would have liked to have gotten middle linebacker and wide receiver. I'm not as sure wide receiver is, number one, I think, as much of a need in the way the front office views it as much as the fans do. I know I'm not big on Eskridge, but he's still on the roster. He's coming back next year. Derek Young is a guy that John Schneider has personally pointed to as feeling like he's going to take the biggest step in his improvement next year. So you have a couple guys coming back already on board. I think if you've got a veteran type in there, you could get by and be just fine. The other part that impacted this WK is that the wide receiver draft is a very, very weak one. When I know we've gotten accustomed to having these drafts where it's always stacked with a bunch of wide receivers every single year. It's not that way this year. And there's a lot of guys that are just slot only guys at the next level and suboptimal, average, below average guys from a collection of a standpoint at that. So there just isn't really the answer there from a wide receiver standpoint from me, WK, that I was always faced at when I was running my mock of I want to drive to value, not picking to need. And to just take a receiver in any one of the given spots that I had to pick versus another player that was, to me, not only more of a position in need, but was also a better player. It was a 1-2 punch for me. And I never found myself at any point in the draft with a wide receiver as the value pick and leaning that direction, or I would have taken one of those guys. But that was just the way it was kind of rolling for me in my particular mock. Dwayne Novak says, what do you make of Chris Sims' take of Will Anderson? Well, I'm sorry, Dwayne, I know I'm a little behind the chat, so you'll have to repost this below, but what did he say? Let me see if I can get a little bit of if they've got the Sims on Anderson. Let's see, what do you think? Okay, so it says he doesn't see it that way and he's dropped him down. Okay. Sims is interesting. I used to listen to him, I think, a little bit more than I do now. I used to kind of listen to where his takes at and where stuff at that. But quite frankly, last year, right around his takes where he was, effusively putting the praise, or a couple of years ago where he's putting the effusive praise on Zach Wilson out of New York. And I'm going, this guy's like over the top on this kid a little bit. Sometimes he's right on it. I tend to find with Sims when he's off on it, Dwayne, he's really off. So he does tend to be a pretty smart mind about what he looks at and does go at it. But boy, when he's off the reservation, he's off the reservation. I don't know how you look at Will Anderson and the way he's played over the last couple of years on tape and look at this draft of edges and look at this draft and how weak it is overall, Dwayne. How it's just not a strong draft. It's just not. And you don't go, this guy's a top 5, this guy's a top 10 pick. I think it's what happens from what my standpoint on this, Dwayne, has been that the people that get a little bit down on Will Anderson, they get down on him because it starts from a place of being told this is a generational talent. And then you turn on the tape and he's not that. And so one thing is colored to the next thing a little bit. It did to me a little bit. It took me a little bit of time to be like, oh, I'm just not seeing it. To, okay, let's get over the fact he's not Von Miller. He's not Derek Thomas. What is he? Where does he really round out to as a player? So I don't know what Sims is watching tape wise. I really don't. I'll try to go look and see what his kind of expanded thoughts are after the stream, Dwayne, to see where he was standing, because I would be interested to see where he's going from. I'm sure it's going to be, I just don't see a lot of first step quickness, and I don't see bend, and I don't see dip. It'll be a lot of that stuff of da. But I mean, okay. And the quickness with him's tough because it's not first step quickness. That's that whole, it's not Derek Thomas, Von Miller. Those guys were guys that had, the rocket booster that turned on instantly, like those drag races where the cars start off and they get up to 100 miles an hour within like 10 feet, with one step, those guys are up to full speed. He's a step 2, 3, 4, 5 quickness guy. So it's hard to measure his quickness, but he's still getting past those tackles at times where they can't even get out of their stance. They can't get to their set. They can't get to the edge of the arc. But that's funny. I almost want to say he's saying that for clicks. Brian Meyer says, Izzy's really growing on me as a running back. It's happened to me too, Brian. First, I was like, oh, he's a good guy. He's got some speed. There's not a lot of creativity here. He's going to go A to B, but he gets there really fast. But then the more I watched, the more I realized that his productivity this year, Brian, if you look at him and the amount of games he ran for over 100 yards, it wasn't just against weak-kneed opponents. Every single week he was bringing it with that Pittsburgh offense. Every single week. And that, I don't know if he's 4.26 speed, but he is blazing fast on a football field. and blazing fast at not being that 190. He's not that Devin R. Chain, 180. And there's another running back in this draft, so 180 pounds. Yeah, okay, you're running 4.3, but you weigh 180. If a linebacker gets a finger on you, he's going to put you on the ground. You're just not big enough to hold up, you know. Herbicide says, picking a right guard with a high pick is a silly idea. Rather grab center. Me too, Herbicide. I've always looked at the right guard as a bit of the redheaded stepchild on the offensive line. Jonathan Chandler Zavala is a solid guard in the 4th round. I do believe I have a 4th round grade on him. Let me double check. Where did I put Zavala? Ooh, I've got him as a late 3rd. I like Zavala quite a bit, Jonathan. Mark says, seriously, if we get these guys, I'll buy it. Gracias. Mock grade A. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it, man. I hope this is the return. This is what I would love to see it. Go for those trenches. You get the immediate returns. You get the long-term returns. You turn around the failings of last year. You know, you deal with those weaknesses, those glaring weaknesses that were with you almost every single game at times, especially on the back half of the schedule. But thank you, man. Seahawks Jose says, what do you think of the edge rusher from Florida A&M, Isaiah? I think it's Land that you're thinking of. Let me get my handy dandy draft guide out here. Let me get my Hawks Nest draft guide out and give you my breakdown on that, Jose. What was it? It was Land. Is that right? Isaiah Land? Where is he at? Let's see. It's a big deal at this point. A lot of names. I can't spell Isaiah. It's one name I can never spell right for some reason. I always add an extra A and I in the wrong spot. I turned dyslexic on that name. It's weird. Means I just got a page down until I find him here. There we go. 6'3", 236, Bren, Jose, 4'6", 240, 165, 10-yard split, 34.5-inch vert, 126 broad, 7'2", 3 cone, 4.56 shuttle, 21 reps, which are okay. With it being Florida A&M, Jose, there wasn't a lot of film to watch on him, just on my notes. He's really thinly cut. So 6'3.5", 236. That's him going to the combine, really bulking up. He looks like a guy that goes about 225 off the edge. I mean, noticeably thin. He is quick out of his stance, and he's got some great bend. He can get up to speed really, really fast. He does seem to have a really good motor. Some of the competition he played against just didn't have a chance against him. You know, it's that small school thing, Jose, where it's like Cody Mock or Peter Skoronski as an offensive lineman, where you go, how can I read too much into what I'm seeing here? How much of this translates to me? Hard to read on that necessarily with him. He has really good pass rush traits. He will need to add considerable weight, obviously. I worry a little bit that when he starts to add that weight, though, Jose, you know, then he's going to lose the quickness and the bend, which is what makes him kind of an intriguing prospect in the first place. Just didn't have a lot of tape to make a full kind of, having to get to watch a couple of games of him, Jose, and make that full-on evaluation of him. But I am worried about that. You put him up at 245, and now he's more of a 4.7 guy. You know, and then you look at his testing numbers, 4.6, 165, 10-yard split. He didn't test well as he started to gain that weight. So we're already getting some evidence there to that, Jose, of he adds more weight, he slows down. He can't play 225 at the pro level. So how is it going to work with him on that a little bit? That's my worry with him. As a later round option guy, though, he's got some great base things you look for in pass rushers with that bend and that quickness. Those are things that, you know, we're talking about Phil Simms and his assessment of Will Anderson. That's where he's dinging Anderson probably mainly, I would guess. You won't ding that with this guy on that. But, you know, kind of it's like my thing, Jose, with the running backs at 180. Like, okay, you're running 4.3 at 180. You know, run 4.3 at 215. That'll impress me. You know, and some of that's going on this year with the combine, where you get these guys either doing one of the other end of things, where they're coming in super light to run their fastest, and you go, okay, Charbonnet, I thought you were gonna be a 225 guy. You're like 210 coming in here. Oof. Okay. Not a fan of that. I watch as I just hope we draft Washington at some point. Dude is an absolute unit. Soft hands, athletically coordinated, and can block. Well said, I watch. I agree with that 150%. And I would love to see the same thing. Nicholas Flamel says, Tyree Wilson, bro. I'm struggling to get on board fully with Tyree Wilson. I'd accept it, but I might accept it like I'm being sent on a mission, you know? Like I'm a young kid, 18, like you're about to go on a mission now. Where? To Zimbabwe. Huh? Yeah. Huh? Mm-hmm. Huh. Yeah. Joe DBZ, acceptable draft. I may have gone linebacker sooner. I would draft one wide receiver. I like your choices for the trenches and love the running backs you selected. Well, thank you, Joe. And certainly think it's valid critique to say it would have been better to go with one of these two positions that I didn't address, being wide receiver or middle linebacker. I completely would have liked to have been able to get that a little bit more. I just lean a little bit hard into that value standpoint. I hate to reach, a little bit there, Joe, and I felt like I had to do that in my mock to make those things happen. Or I had to give up in the case of the middle linebacker. I sort of had to make the call. I felt like a little bit of, do I want to go with Popoe in the 4th round at middle linebacker who may start in this league, or Abaconda that's going to give me production in this league? Do I want to go with Keanu Benton, who I think I like his top end more than I like the top end of Trenton Simpson and Deion Henley. And so it drove me a little bit in that way to that value. But like I said, I completely understand those that would say I would have preferred seeing a receiver and a middle linebacker in there. I can get that. I would have liked to. I was definitely trying. King Bomber says, do you think there's a chance the Colts stick and pick at 4? Most likely Levis if the Cards trade out of the top 5? Yes. I think that they just pick King Bomber. They've already been meeting with Levis. I think that's I think that the motion of this ocean by the way of the quarterback moon is driving us towards 4 quarterbacks being taken in the first 4 picks. And I just thought the Colts for a long period of time here have looked at their situation and almost absent what they think of these top 4 quarterbacks, King. It's almost that doesn't get informed necessarily just the evaluation of those quarterbacks. You're informed by the fact that the last 4 quarterbacks you've had roll through here have failed for you, or 3 quarterbacks have failed for you, those veteran kind of guys. And you don't want to go down that route again this next upcoming season or into the future. It's time to go back and get your young guy. You had success with Luck when you went young. You had success with Manning when you went young. So you've had a pathway of success as an organization from this standpoint. I think they're going to be just driven almost heartily in that way by that past history. I'm sure the evaluation will factor into it too, but if Levis is even relatively good enough, he will draw them to be the pick. Jacob Ha, is going to be odd when I'm in enemy territory Saturdays. I'll be in California Saturday for a week. At least I could talk smack to the whiners and all of the LA fans. Indeed, I'm going to be missing, guys, this week on Wednesday. We're going to be missing the Wednesday show because I am myself heading to LA to conduct some business. So I've got to go down to Los Angeles myself on a quick trip for a couple of nights. But we'll be back on Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday, we'll be back streaming both. Saturday, we'll be streaming Brendan on my channel. And then Sunday, we'll be doing the Sunday stream too. So that'll still be going down. But I've got to go down there too. And I'm going to feel dirty, Jacob. I'm going to feel a little dirty. I'm going to have to take like 2 showers. I'm going to have to be like Ace Ventura when he took the shower after he realized that the lieutenant was actually a dude, Like, I'm going to be like that, swabbing them out. Crying in the shower, cuddled up. Herbicide says, John Gaines, yeah, I've been telling everybody about that kid. He's fun, Herbicide. I don't know why he doesn't got more heat, man. Liam, I like the Kendry Miller pick. He has some insane balance. He does. He's got that ability like you see with, it's where the Aaron Jones comp came to me, is that they both get downhill really fast. Really fast. It's almost like the field's tilting when they get the ball. And they've got such a sense of urgency that they run with. Whereas at the same time, that urgency with a lot of guys ends up getting them tripped up by sidearms, arm tackles and leg tackles. They can't keep themselves clean with their feet through the traffic, especially when they're going through the hole, because they're just trying to move so bloody fast. Aaron Jones and this guy too can go through that hole, pick up their feet, get clear through traffic, still maintain their full speed going forward. And it's very impressive, and it shows up on tape over and over again. I do like him quite a bit. I wish he had tested this offseason. He's had an injury he's been fighting through. So I'm just not sure about where is his 40 time, where's his quickness at. I don't like kind of drafting that blind, but I did like him. Paul says, just Googled worst quarterback to win a Super Bowl. It showed 8 teams have won the Super Bowl with iffy quarterback. Build the lines. There we go, man. There's definitely been a few of them for sure. Mickelman Cam 10. Brandon, if you can't extend or keep Nwosu and we trade Taylor, who would your outside linebacking rushing linebacker be? Is there a scenario in which you see Trenton Simpson and Drew Sanders both being taken in this draft? I don't think you would see both of them taken for our Hawks. One or the other certainly would land with our Hawks. And you're right, both of those do carry an ability to play truly on the outside in between their middle linebacker duties. I mean, they can absolutely be, at least I think, competent pass rushers for you. They're not going to light the world on fire, but they can get you some pressures off the edge if you ask them to do that. If we were to trade Taylor, and I'm in my scenario here, Mickle Cam, you are bringing in Will Anderson. So you still have Will Anderson, Boye Mafe, Alton Robinson, the kid from Ohio State last year. You've got some guys there. So, definitely picking one of those two of a Simpson or Sanders and having another guy who adds into the mix on top of that, who can, very often rotationally pass rush for you at that point wouldn't be bad to have. Certainly not. But it's not a necessity. You have to take those guys if, you have traded Taylor, just simply trying to get a year ahead of the advance of the Nwosu thing. Nwosu can walk. You can go sign a guy in free agency at that point. You have money to spend. There's usually ways to go find edge rushers, especially now that they've gone to more of the 3-4 outside linebacker looking edge rushers, because there's just more of those proliferated throughout the league. Makes them easier to find. But I don't know if you have to get ahead of that at that point, Mickle Cam, like get ahead of the thing that'll happen in a year from now if Nwosu doesn't sign. I think you just stand patient and deal with that down the road while you let Simpson and Mafe develop. Mega says the Hawks Nest, Lamar wanted OBJ there. So from what I've heard, he's there for at least one more year. OBJ is $13.1 million for the contract. Okay. Well, it's good on them to find a way to get him happy. If it got Lamar happy and kept him there for another year to play into the franchise tag, then it makes a lot more sense for the Ravens to pull that move. If they didn't do that, maybe they've got him in a place of like going, nah, he turns into the petulant child and, throws his food on the floor. Get me out. Yeah. That makes sense. I still think 13.1, and I know they've got some bonus in there on top of that, Megan. Still quite a bit for a guy that didn't play last year to be spending that kind of money with the ACL stuff. But we'll see. Maybe it'll be a great combo. Greg says, I get a feeling JMS will fall a bit, kind of like how Humphrey did. Hopefully he'll be there at 52. Hopefully. And it's possible. He didn't test well, Greg. That certainly could cause him to dip a little bit. Ethan says, Hawks Nest, hypothetically, if Caleb Williams came out of this year and was there at 5, as well as Will Anderson and Carter, what are you doing? All day, every day, Caleb Williams. Without even a heartbeat of a thought, Ethan. He'll be the best quarterback prospect to come out probably for a good amount of time. Probably since Burrow at least. So I'll get my Burrow. I'll just jump on my Burrow and call it a day. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, a little late acknowledging the dono here. It says, wow, former Arizona head Cardinal coach Cliff Kingsbury is joining Lincoln Riley's USC football staff. Well, there's been no coach in the history of coaches here in recent history that has ever failed up quite like Cliff Kingsbury continues to fail up. Every stop he doesn't do particularly well, but he still somehow finds find himself a way to get some cushy jobs. Props to him on that. It's a good life for some in that respect of things, isn't it? It's very interesting, and hopefully he doesn't hold Lincoln back. But Cliff will be fine, of course. He understands they both have, I think, similar backgrounds. He knows that offense backwards and forwards. And I'm sure he'll compliment and be all joking aside, I'm sure a helpful piece there for Lincoln, Megan. But thank you for the double donation. Appreciate you. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. I really did appreciate it, man. As always, you're awesome, brother. He says, buddy, I'm always jumping on late these days. What I miss on the topics, today's topics. First thing we went into, Randall, and no worries, man. Sometimes late things happen. It's kind of an unplanned show, too. I missed yesterday, so I wanted to get live today. First, we got my updated mock here, Randall, which you can see here over my left shoulder. Had us taking Will Anderson, Kalijah Cansey, John Michael Schmitz, Darnell Washington, Israel Abakanda, Jared Clark, a defensive lineman from Coastal Carolina, Nick Broker, our a guard going in the future. I think it can compete as a starter. I got another running back in Chris Rodriguez in the 6th round. And then D Winters, an inside linebacker from TCU, who at the very least I think gives you a really, really solid special teams player. If not a guy that maybe can have some potential to round out in this league if he can get over some of his size limitations in being a potential starter, dare I say. So I went heavy to the trenches, Randall. As you can also see within this, there's a lot of trades that I made, specifically moving Noah Fant and Darrell Taylor. And then moving around in the draft at points and times to target certain guys, to get guys that I really wanted to key in spots of this draft in points and moments. Keanu Benton, we also got in this, Randall. So really dealt with the trenches. Cansey, Anderson, Benton, Schmitz, Darnell Washington, Jared Clark, Nick Broker, all really kind of for front seven line kind of play, kind of situation stuff that you're looking at there for why I wanted to attack it in this particular draft in this way. But this would be the mock that was really around Will and having the opportunity to pick him in this one because you would have had 4 quarterbacks taken at the top. So that was kind of what we led with, Randall. And then we're just discussing a little bit about the news breaking that Jalen Carter is indeed going to meet with the Seahawks and that they are going to at least interview him. And so that would seem to indicate a little bit whether it indicates true interest or not, Randall. We're unsure here. There's a lot of that there's a lot of that going back and forth, I think, in the chat even right now. But there at least seems to be a modichrome of interest on the Seahawks part to the point that they're bringing the kid in to visit with them. So that's encouraging to me. That means that maybe that the character background stuff isn't necessarily as quite dirty as some might have thought with that, or as bad as some might have thought with that. So that part is encouraging in that respect of it. But aside from that, we're just talking mock draft stuff, prospects in this draft, my mock draft, and Jalen Carter possibilities and quarterbacks and all those good things, Randall. So nothing super crazy tonight, just some typical stuff, typical draft coverage stuff. Hope you're having a good night, Randall, and the baby's doing good out there. Appreciate you, brother. Jeffrey Thistle with a $5 dono. Thank you, Jeffrey. Says, looking tragic. We finally have a top 5 pick, and it looks like we're left with the scraps. Anthony Richardson projected to go 3 now after Little Man and CJ Stroud. It does look like that does seem to be the case. If a team does trade up, that it will be a team trading up to try to get themselves Richardson rather than Levis. That seems to be the way that this is going to roll out. And the Cardinals seem to be, Jeffrey, so very driven in this scenario to go up there and make that move at that point and get out of there, even if they're not getting, into me, that return that Chicago got. You know, they're just going to have to kind of make do with maybe a little bit lesser. Maybe not. We'll see how that goes. I certainly, as you know, we've talked a lot about Jeffrey on this, understood the folks saying if one of these 4 quarterbacks landed you at 5, you got to take him. You're not going to be here anytime soon. You're not going to have this opportunity anytime soon. And I think that it is a valid point. And one that we could be looking back on in this particular draft going, man, that was the one where if we could have just kind of found a way to make it work, we could have gotten our quarterback at that spot. We could end up looking at it in that way. Absolutely. I do think, though, there's also the plus side on this, which is that leading away from the quarterback means that you get that much more of a player who can come in and play now instantly this next year that can help drive you to be a little more competitive next year, potentially. And a very, very good player at that. You're getting a guy, maybe not Anderson or Carter, that's one of the 2 best players in this draft, which you would think would significantly then help you into next year. But I get where you're coming from on that. It would have been nice if you had one of these guys drop and drift to you to be able to pick one in this year with this lovely pick that the Broncos have given us. But indeed, that does seem to be, Jeffrey, the way that this is going, that it's not happening. You know, you're going to get 4 quarterbacks taken in those first 4 picks. And it's just kind of it's been drifting down this direction for a while, hasn't it? I mean, we could kind of start to feel this even a couple months ago of that. As you guys know, talking to me, I was strongly saying, I think 3 will definitely go in the top 4. And I felt like almost to a near point of certainty at that. I always also thought, man, there's even a possibility of 4, and that's just become even more reinforced with time. Oh, the Mariners lost. Damn it. Paul says, in a 3-4 base, what is your thought about an outside linebackers have to cover linebacker in the mold of a Jamal Adams? 3-4 base, what's your thought on an outside linebackers? Well, I think in general, the NFL is moving to a place, Paul, where before your middle linebacker, you would look at or what? Let me read this. Some kind of your thought on outside linebackers have to cover. Yeah, I mean, you could align Jamal out as an outside linebacker and have him blitzing off an edge, kind of like that, coming off the edge like an outside linebacker. We haven't seen them do that in that fashion, and that's not really been the way that Jamal tends to blitz. If he's coming off the edge, he's the extra defender off one edge or the other, the unblocked defender essentially in his alignment. 3-4 outside linebackers and their ability to cover is reduced. So you don't really need to have them cover like you need a will linebacker in a 4-3. They're going to be spot dropping. They're going to be dropping to the flat. They're going to be very much in that mode. Every once in a while, they've got to cover a wheel route 30, 40 yards down the field with a running back. That's going to happen from time to time too. But you're going to ask anyway those guys to cover infrequently. And then when you do ask those guys, Paul, to cover, you're asking them to cover in a very restricted area. That then means that you don't need as much of the coverage pedigree or skill set to lean back on. But you could certainly use Jamal in that fashion for sure. Absolutely could. I've also thought, Paul, you could use Jamal as more of the Mike. You want to go dime, move Jamal down in as your dime middle linebacker, take Bobby off the field. Put Julian Love then back out there as your strong safety. Not the worst way to go at that point. You could also do it with nickel, where you have Bobby out there and then you move Jamal down as your other Mike in that moments. That could make some sense to me, especially, Paul, if you have situations where you know it's going to be a pass play and there's less likelihood of them getting ran at that point of attack there. Megan says, if JS is Gandalf, who is Pete Carroll? I think that makes him Saruman, Megan. I think that makes him Saruman. Joe DBZ says, Brandon, your Hollywood lookalike is Doctor Strange. I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. I ain't turning that down. Benedict Cumberbatch. I don't think I've ever drawn that comp before, but I'm with it, man. I could do way worse. King Bomber says this year it's guys like Nolan Smith, dude from Northwestern, that have zero production and 100% combine scores. Agreed, they're both in that territory in this combine. I call it the Mike Mamulas. For you young folks out there, Mike Mamulas, this guy that came out of Boston College 20 years ago. Big brain guy out of Boston College, right? Oh, I'm going to be smarter than the system. And what he did is he realized that these combines were testing to these specific drills that weren't really football drills necessarily, but were just testing drills. And he just got really good at testing, and he worked out like a warrior. Still his times, by the way, if you go look at Mike Mamula's testing scores, they're still legit, even though it was like 30 years ago. But they are the Mike Mamulas of this draft a little bit. Nolan's got a little bit more production in that he's played in the SEC, and he's legit as King Bomber, the best run stuffer in college football off the edge, maybe. But he doesn't give you a lot of sack production, and people are talking about this guy being top 15 at this point. Adewari being a top 20 pick. You're definitely going for that upside. No doubt about it. Henry Mars, what type of welcome does Jalen Carter deserve at the Seahawks airport? Should we go? Golf clap, subtle nods. Golf clap and subtle nods. Jonah the Whale, Anderson won't make it past third pick. I don't know, Jonah. If 4 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks, which is looking ever more likely, ever more possible, you're getting your pick at that point. Spencer, and hello, Brandon. What's up, Spencer? How are you doing today? I'm doing great, man. I hope you're doing well. Our mutual friend told me to tell you that thank you for the Hawks hoodie and that it's now safely in the champ's possession. Hawks Nest for life. Well, thank you, Spencer. And I was trying to test that out on that. I want to make sure that shipment went through on that one. So it's good to hear. Congratulations to our Hawks Nest fantasy football winner this year, getting your hoodie. I would love to be able to sell the hoodie on the channel, but unfortunately I've got the Seahawks logo on the hoodie, so I've got to find a way to change the logo because I don't want to get them suing me. Okay. At some point I will have a store where we can sell some Hawks Nest hoodies, but I've got to get that locked down. And Megs, you got yours coming too. I just wanted to make sure I get one. I was having issues with the ship and stuff, so I want to make sure I got one clearing through before I sent another one. Hungwood Lee says Stroud is not Montana. Yeah, it's a comp I had on my draft guide, which is maybe what Jonah's referencing too. You're never going to get any pure comps, and if ever you're looking to comp towards Joe Montana, certainly that is one of the best quarterbacks to ever play, and it's a tough comp to make. I think it's a valid one to say that the way that CJ Stroud goes out there and wins is the same way that Joe Montana went out there and won. And while I'll always say Joe Montana is one of the best quarterbacks to ever play this sport, let's also keep in mind the fact Joe Montana did what he did, having one of the best supporting casts any quarterback has ever had. That also factored into his help and aid into what made him the player he was. It wasn't just solely he was Michael Jordan out there. But to me, CJ Stroud and Joe Montana's game is very, very similar in different ages, in different places. And if you put CJ Stroud onto a team that is as stacked up and put together and has a coach like Bill Walsh running the show like Joe Montana walked to, then you better believe that he's got the potential to come and have a career that could be along those lines with the talent that he brings to bear. I think it's actually pretty legit. I don't think that, because, look, I don't think there's these guys that you just can't ever draw a comp to because they're somehow like these rarefied football gods that there's no ever equivalency that comes down the track. Jonah, Zach Harrison is a decent guy. And yeah, just not around the third. He's hard, though, too, for us, Jonah, because to me, he's a Carlos Dunlap. And Carlos Dunlap was the guy that wasn't going to work in a 3-4 to size, 6'6", long arms, not really super quick. I don't know if Harrison at his size would work either as an outside 3-4 guy. I think he's got to go to a 4-3, be a 4-3 end somewhere. Chad Hart says Anthony Richardson could be a future Seahawk. He looks pretty damn good on tape. He has a cannon for an arm, and he's mobile. It's a good player, Chad. I'm working on a video right now. I'm hoping to eventually get dropped before the draft if I can get it finalized. I just can't quite get happy enough with it. It's kind of just feels made to me for whatever reason at this point. But he's got a lot more skill than people give him credit for as being this rough guy that just, like a receiver playing the quarterback position, or some of the things that you hear talked about with him, which is just not really the case to me at all. I think he's got some subtleties to the way he can play the position, and those subtleties to me indicate potential long-term growth in him. If he's already working on these small little parts and pieces of the position, then that means when you get down the road to the advanced stuff that takes years to get there and takes the work and the lonely work to learn it and get it right, he's going to be open to doing that, as opposed to Chad, in my opinion, the other scrambling type quarterbacks that we've seen enter this league in that similar fashion, who always lean into their legs time and time again. I've done my one read. Now it's time to scramble. Oh, I feel just a little bit of pressure. Scramble. With this guy, a couple of the subtleties that really jump out to me is first, eye manipulation. For a guy being so rough, he's very much a master of eye manipulation. He drops back. He will turn his head. He will get the safety to move off of a spot or get a linebacker to move off of a spot so he can hit the throw then underneath that is then opened up by him using that eye manipulation to move the defender. And you see it on his film quite a bit. And it really, really does stand out. You also see some subtle pocket movement, especially climbing the ladder of the pocket. Something that I think Russell Wilson has always struggled with his entire career. This kid just does it naturally on tape. He'll climb the pocket, not to leave the pocket, not to run. He'll climb the pocket to look to still to make a throw. And he can still get the throw up over the top. He's got the size to still deliver it there. Hell, there's one cut that I've got of his for this video I'm working on where he's got a guy like holding onto his leg. And he's on this far hash. He throws it all the way over on the other hash, 25 yards down the field and all across the field. It's basically like a 40, 45-yard throw that he's making flat-footed with a guy hanging off of him. Pinpoint right on the sideline for the guy to make the catch just as he's getting out of bounds. So the people that are hyped up on Anthony Richardson, I've looked at all these quarterbacks tremendously. You have a reason to be so. You're right to be so. And if he does land in the Seattle's lap and they end up taking him, I will be happy because of that. Sammy Gray says this might be my favorite NFL draft of all time for the Seahawks. Understandable, man. You're loaded to bear. How can it not be, you know? Henry Marr says, would you bring Russ back next year after the Broncos release him? I wouldn't. I think that, and I'll eventually do a video on Russell Wilson for the channel down the road once kind of the smoke has settled and whatnot. I think Sean Payton's going to do everything he can to revitalize Russ. And Sean's going to take, being a smart offensive-minded coach, he's going to take all the proper steps of what it will take to get Russ to reclaim some of his former glory. He is, I don't think, ever going to be at the top end level of ever where he once was at. But I certainly think that there's a potential there where he could still maybe be a decent quarterback in this league. It's going to be on him in a restricted setting. It's not going to be him as a high volume passer, but it could work. I don't think you'd want to bring him back to an offense like we're running here at the West Coast offense, short passing, timing-based offense. What he needs to be in is a power running style offense where, you know, he can do a lot of play action rollouts, and that type of thing. That's the offense he needs to go to. So he wouldn't be a fit to the offense we run anymore. And I'm really not interested at this point with how he kind of left town and all the, you know, I'm not angry at him or anything like that, but I just don't want to bring him in as a player. I'm certainly happy to do the retire the number thing or whatever, jersey thing or whatever. But no, I would look to move on at this point, Henry, myself. Preach, Jonah, preach. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $2 donation. I do appreciate it, Jeffrey. Carter's going to need a fat boy clause, Eddie Lacy style. That's right. No buffets for you. No buffets for you. And we're going to make you do wind sprints every day just to make sure. Very well may be the case, man. I don't think you can do any of those. I think the contracts of those rookies get pretty well set, but it'd be funny if they had that in there. You will be weighed on a daily basis. There'll be an extra $100,000 if you can hit your weight. Appreciate you, Jeffrey. Ski Nation, thank you for the $1 donation. Appreciate you as well. Nothing you put in the comment section on that, just a $1 dono. So thank you for that. You guys are awesome. D-Boy says, Brando, chat, I went to Goodwill the other day and there was about 10 to 12 Russell Wilson jerseys in there for about $10 to $22. Should I have gotten one? Nah. No. There's a reason they're in Goodwill, D-Boy. You know what I mean? And there's a reason there's a stack of them. Seahawks Gaming says, do you think the Seahawks are one of the 6 teams that put an offer into Arizona? No. I could be off on the Seahawks gaming, but I've not really thought that they've had an interest in trading up in this draft. I just didn't think it made a lot of sense. Paul Susi, I hear what you're saying on the Jalen Carter stats in 2022. A thing to keep in mind with the stats in the defense is that, who's the Georgia defender coming out of that defense over the last couple of years who's putting up tremendous stats? Is it Trayvon Walker? Is it Nolan Smith? Is it the defensive tackle that the Philadelphia Eagles took in the first round last year? None of these guys, Paul, coming out of Georgia are having that kind of production. It's a heavily rotated line. It's a defensive line that plays a lot of games and runs a lot of blitzes and does a lot of that type of stuff where it's asking its players to run to a responsibility on a play, to go to a certain spot at times, to not be the key guy making that pass rush work in that moment, but opening things up for another player. That's a lot of why you don't see that kind of production within it. The other thing comes in is that he had 2 injuries this past year. His coach talked about this, Paul, at his pro day, that he had 2 injuries that a lot of other players might have shut it down at that point in time and called it a day, but he fought to get back out on the football field, including, I believe he had one was a high ankle sprain. And then you add in the other factor, and this is a little bit of what inhibited Paul Anderson this past year versus the production he had the year before, was that he was being double teamed at a much higher rate. He lost his running mate to the Philadelphia Eagles, so now he was going to garner more double teams this year and have to deal with that. You put all of that combination together, in my opinion, that's the explanation for the lack of stat production. But when you turn on the tape with him, he's the problem. He's the issue on that defensive line. He's the guy standing out. Just my take. Spencer Smith, Brandon, fair to say the difference between Anderson and the next edge in the class is a lot less than Carter and the next best interior defensive lineman? Seems to me I'd rather have a Carter and a different edge. Yes, you are correct on that. The drop-off from Anderson to the next edge is not as steep as you going from Carter to Cansey or Breezy. You're right. I would say that's a much further drop. Sean Renault, I still think it is very possible that the Cardinals stick and take Anderson. Do you think it's possible the Seahawks could trade up to 3 for Richardson? I don't, Sean. The Seahawks have never traded up in the first round in their entire history here with Schneider or Carroll. There have been times that they've needed quarterbacks, Sean. You know what I mean? Like there's been times where they've been quarterbacks at the top of the draft they could have traded up for. They didn't make those moves. And if anything, Sean, your general manager in Schneider has showed you that he instead is on the other end of the scale here. He values more picks, not less. He values assembling more picks, not losing less picks if he can help it. And especially that you're still just 2 years removed from coming off, Sean, only having 3 picks in a given draft recently. I think there's some ground to be made up for in that respect, in certain respects. So I've never quite understood why they would want to do that in this draft, Sean, especially when you're going to be taking a quarterback that's likely to sit a year or two on top of all the draft capital that you're giving up in addition to that. It just doesn't quite add up to me. On top of, like Drunk Squidward says, Sean, the final point that I didn't say, but Drunk points to this, and this would be to me, this is the exclamation point. Teams do not trade within their own division. Teams will not trade within their own division to then facilitate a team within their own division getting their quarterback of the future in the draft. I went back and looked, I believe, over about a 15-year period, and I looked at all the trades and all the drafts. All the trades and drafts where you saw teams trading up to go get a quarterback in the draft. And I even looked at teams like Kansas City trading up with Patrick Mahomes at that point. I could not find one trade in recent football history where a team within the same division as another team up in the first round traded back with that team within their division for that team to move up and get their quarterback of the future. Not one trade. Not one outlier, not one, well, it happened over here. Never. It doesn't happen. And there's a very good reason for that, I think, in the respect of, again, it's a downside deal for you as a general manager. For you, the guy who's offloading and giving that team, that player, you could have just gotten back a haul of picks that you're able to build an outstanding team with. But it all becomes null and void if that quarterback goes on to shine. If that quarterback goes on to carry that team within that division. If that quarterback goes on now for the next 10 years, twice a year, to take you to the woodshed. It's not a good look for a general manager if it sideways turns in that direction of things. And it's a situation that you can avoid just by simply not trading that team. You can trade the pick to other teams that aren't going to have that kind of blowback with. And that's why you don't see those kind of trades made. And I don't think you'll see a trade like that made anytime in the near future. Space, I heard a rumor about a possible Josh Jacobs trade. What are your opinion on that, Hawks Nest? Can't quite understand it myself, Space. I think he's making like, I forget what he's costing, $13 million or something on the franchise tag. So what are we moving for that? We're moving a first round pick. We're moving back in the draft and letting them move up to 5. What's the cost from a draft pick standpoint on that point for 1 year of Josh Jacobs? Are the Raiders paying some of that cost? Maybe that's the deal. You did this with Jadeveon Clowney where you got them to eat half of the Clowney cost on the franchise tag when he played for you. But they would have to offset some of that space. The dollar amount's the problem. Seahawks are right now -$3 million in workable cap space as it stands right now. So they can't go and take on another $13 million on top of that. They've got to go the other way with it. But I guess it's a 1-year deal. If you can get the Raiders to eat up a lot of the cap space on it on a 1-year deal and you're in go for it mode, I guess it could work. I guess you wouldn't maybe be giving up a ton for that. I guess. He's a good player. Megan Hawksness, don't you dare say Gollaby. I went with Saruman. Saruman teached Gandalf, so it does kind of fit, right? A little bit. Good debate in the chat as always, as I'm seeing here. Spencer Smith says, Brandon, I mentioned to you last stream that I thought Bryce Ford Wheaton could be a good cornerback prospect if given some time with Pete. He's very fluid and aggressive at 50-50 catches. Thoughts? Well, he's got a little bit, Spencer. He's got a little bit of that DK build to him where I don't know if he's going to be able to go side to side like you need a cornerback to go, right? Where, he's going to just be able to sort of change his hips and flip his hips and be able to roll with a guy on the outside. I mean, he's legit 6'3", 6'4". He's really big for what a cornerback would be. I think he can work as a receiver in this league, Spencer. I mean, even if you just want to have him run a limited route tree, he could be outstanding with that limited route tree. And he is a guy that does need to develop and stuff, but he's got so much natural physical ability that you can't find, especially in this draft, Spencer. It's missing completely in this draft as far as that goes, but I can't really think of a recent receiver that's come into the league and that has been able to be a receiver in college, turn to cornerback, and it's all good. There's probably a couple of exceptions out there that have been made, but I especially, Spencer, can't think of an example where you had a guy that was 6'4" as a receiver who's now come to the pros and turning into a cornerback for the first time in his life. It's hard to make that kind of late transition in your career to make that move going to the highest level and trying to get it done. And you're going to have to put him on your, Spencer, at that point, you're going to have to put him on your practice squad or you put him on and hope nobody plucks him to be a receiver then at that point who might just value him as a receiver because you're not going to be able to keep him on the active roster that first year. So I like where your head's at on it, but I just don't have a track record going back with that. And I still do like the guy as a receiver at the next level. Justin Goins says 49ers Joe Montana or Chiefs Joe Montana? 49ers Joe Montana. Hey, Chiefs Joe Montana wasn't bad. His back just wasn't holding up anymore. And he didn't have that supporting cast at the same place that he did with the Niners. He had a pretty good supporting cast, Kansas City, but not the same one. Certainly there's a difference between Schottenheimer and Walsh. Was it Schottenheimer then? Yeah, it was Schottenheimer. You can't see it. That's right. Jonas says, I really like Israel Abakanda. I keep forgetting about Israel Abakanda. I would love to have that guy too. Oh, you saw Jonah. I don't know if you've noticed in the mock that I ran here, I took Israel in the 4th round. That was just too good value for me not to pass up at that point. I've got, I think, a 3rd round grade on him. So getting a 4th round pick for him at that point made me feel pretty good about that. But I love him too. He ran somewhere between like a 4.26, low 4.3 40 at his pro day. He is lightning fast on a football field, not just track fast, lightning fast. BP says Mozzie Smith's fool's gold, athletic freak, but not worth 37. I think he definitely has some limited upside, BP. I think he does give you at least a run stuffer from the zero tech. I don't know if he gives you much past that, and that's certainly usually not worthwhile of a 2nd round pick. I don't know. This year it's getting elevated for some reason, probably because it's just a weaker draft and there's less certain things. Drunk Squidward says Jackson Smith Jigba kind of reminds me of Amon St. Brown. I don't know why. I do. I think that's a perfect comp. Amon's a little bit shorter than him, but they both win with quickness and getting in and out of their breaks really fast. And that was my drunk in my draft guide. That's my comp for JSN is Amon St. Brown. You're on point with that. You're on the button there. We do love unicorns. More unicorns, the better on my team. Nitro Hawk, Mike Tyson versus Muhammad Ali. Who do you got? Prime young Mike, when he still had his guy teaching him and stuff, you know, the old codger guy, you know, that had been everywhere. I really love Muhammad's skill, and he would have given Mike a lot of problems with the dancing and stuff. But I feel like Mike would have gotten in there and hit him in a way that, oh man, it would be a tough fight, man. It'd be tough to pick who threw, because Muhammad might be able to do the deal where he's just able to dance around Mike and stay away from those punches. But Mike was so good about closing the distance. He wasn't like Foreman or Frazier where he's just kind of standing there and letting it rip. He's kind of always working into you because he was used to working against longer guys. So he's used to pursuing. And he would have been comfortable doing that with Ali. If Ali could wear him out and get him into later rounds, he probably wins it. But he's got to sustain through the first couple of rounds of Tyson's fury. And a young Tyson that was an absolute monster. I don't know if Muhammad would have been able to withstand that when he was really, really in that mode. But if Muhammad could get through probably the first 3 or 4 rounds, he's probably good to go at that point, because Mike didn't necessarily have the greatest of long-term burns. Good question, though. I lean to wanting to say Mike, but I'm very torn. Jacob says, I got to be honest, it would have been kind of funny to see Sean pull a bill and resign after 3 days. That would have been pretty funny. JC says the Jalen Carter news made me totally happy. Yeah, I put a smile on my face too, JC. You know that. Herbicide says Tyson never fought anybody moving backwards. Tyson wouldn't have touched Ali. It's my worry a little bit too, is that he would have just been able to just kind of stay dancing away from him. He would have always just kind of, but young Mike was so good about closing that distance. It's part of why guys didn't dance away from him, is that he was just so kind of quick in the ring of getting into you. And, you know, you were quickly left with nowhere to kind of go. But if there was any guy that could dance around him, it would have been Ali. Ski Nation says the Hawks Nest, I'm aging rapidly in anticipation of this draft. I hope we get Carter. I hope John and Pete deem him worthy. You think you're aging? I had no grayness before this draft, and now look at this. It's like I've had a child or something. You know? Got a new baby or something. Bags under the eyes. It's horrible, I'll tell you. I feel you though on that. I can't wait. I'm ready for this to happen. 17 days out. It's like, gosh, still well over 2 weeks. Come on. I'm making that the Hawks Nest. It was the last time I was at Lumen Field Pro Shop, and there are 3 racks of Russ jerseys at 75% off and a shop full of 12s who walk straight past them. Yeah, they're not selling those jerseys. They better just send those jerseys to Africa. You know, that's the only way those things are getting worn at this point. Team 3. Jonah the Whale, bro, that would be awesome. The Prez at middle linebacker. I would love him in a dime. To me, if I'm looking forward thinking as defensive staff here, and I'm looking at Bobby Wagner, and I'm thinking, okay, we want to try to utilize Bobby a little bit more as a blitzer. Rams got a lot out of him in that respect. We want him as a run defender, and we want to limit Bobby in coverage situations where he's going to be laid to bear. And certainly when you talk about being in a dime defense, 4 defensive backs in addition to your 2 safeties, and you have 1 linebacker on the field, that is one of those situations where a middle linebacker can get targeted in coverage. I have an Alvin Kamara in the backfield and shotgun with the quarterback, Derek Carr, and he runs one of those little in-out option routes out of the backfield, and Bobby can't quite stay with him, but maybe Jamal could in those situations on the other side of it. And I think it'd be a great way to utilize him, as well as when you tend to go to dime and you have a team like, let's say the Rams that like to go to a lot of 4 wide receiver sets. They're not likely to run out of that set at that point in time. But it would be ballsy, and they haven't done it up until this point. 12 Man for Life. What's up, Brandon? When will be the next Crow's Nest stream? Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit of time, I think, 12th Man, unless we've got a day game tomorrow with the Mariners. I've got to leave for LA this week. So I'm back on Friday. I will be on Saturday night. We're streaming on my channel with Brendan. On Sunday, we'll be streaming back on the channel here. So let's shoot for, I know it's like a week out here a little bit, 12th Man, but let's shoot for Sunday. I think it's a day game on Sunday. And if it's a day game on Saturday, I'll do that one too. But I've got the night show on Saturday. So I think if they're back at 7 o'clock, but I've got to be, unfortunately, I've got to get down to LA for a couple nights this week, handle some business. Sam the Great, Steve Largent is the best Seahawk ever. It's not close. Travis Rifkin. Sorry, Travis. Mispronounced your name on that one. Says Geno is worth more than Hurts. Yes, Travis. Geno's a better quarterback than Hurts is. Hurts is also on his rookie deal. And Hurts is also, Travis, about to get paid $55 million a year here soon. D-Boy, thank you for mentioning that. If you guys do like what you're listening to tonight, do me this favor, please, and hit that like button. Get subscribed up if you're not already subscribed up. Doesn't cost you anything. I'm not going to fill up your feed. Don't worry, no clickbait videos. But you help this channel out considerably. And we're on the road to 12,000 subscribers. You guys hitting that like button helps the channel grow, helps me show out on the algorithm, helps me solve the algorithm. Thanks, D-Boy, for reminding me of that, man. Or besides, so I wonder who's going to wear 0. Who is going to be Agent 0 on the Seahawks? That was some new news, is that now the players are able to wear 0. I like that. I kind of dig that. I want 00 though too. I want the players to be able to wear 00. That'd be kind of sweet. I don't know though. Is there a guy on the roster? There'll be probably not a guy on the roster. Well, the rookies will do it though. You know, they'll want to be one of the first people to be able to pull that one off. Greg says, I got the feeling that Carter is the pick at 5, even over Anderson. I really do. If the character stuff is clean, Grug, if they look at that background check that I long talk about, that I say I don't know about, but they look at it and they feel good about it. They feel like the stuff has been overblown a little bit. It's all just centering around this racing incident for the most part. The kid just needs to grow up and get a little more mature. He is a better talent than Anderson. So if that's what's going to win it out at the end of the day, and that the character check is relatively clean, he is the better player in my opinion. And I would lean that way too if it comes down in that fashion. Casey McCracken, that one play, if we ever get the truth, changed history. They were going to let us score. Did I miss him on that? Sam says, as long as it's Carter or Anderson, I'm not complaining. It's a good way of putting it, man. John Catalano, the only thing I didn't like about your draft is that you didn't take a single corner, but that's all. Otherwise, solid draft. Thank you, John. I really do appreciate it. Certainly would have liked to maybe grab the guy in that 5th, 6th round. And would have been tempted to do so a little bit. I do like where we're at corner-wise to a degree, though, as well, where I look at it and I go and draft a guy somewhere in this draft early on, 4th, 5th round. I've got a guy who could find himself 4th on that depth chart really fast because I like what you got out of Mike Jackson last year. I think Julian Love's going to allow Kobe Bryant to be bumped a little bit more outside where he probably is better suited. And then Trey Brown might be, more recovered from his injury from past years. So you might be sitting as it stands right now with 3 guys log jamming up the position. Is there a guy I'm getting in that 5th round who's better than Kobe Bryant on the outside of that point? Better than Trey Brown? And I just didn't think there was, but it's a deep draft of cornerbacks, and you certainly would like to come out of this one with one of them. I can get that. I did think about it, John. I did. Couldn't quite get there. Dylan Cooper, do you think the Hawks trade up to 3 with Arizona? I don't, Dylan. I don't think Seattle has shown nothing in 13 years with Schneider and Carroll that they will be willing to trade up in any first round. They've never done it, not once. They've traded back over and over and over and over again, but they've never traded up in a first round. And then you just don't, Dylan, ever see these interdivisional trades like this occur like this. There's no track record for it. This may be the first year that it happens, but I'm always hesitant to be like predicting the first time something is ever going to occur. And it comes down to Dylan, I'm a general manager. I've got this first round pick at 3. I'm Arizona. I give this pick to Seattle. Seattle comes up there and then they take Anthony Richardson. I get this haul of draft picks back from Seattle, right? I get the 5th, I get the 20th. Hell, maybe I even get a 3rd round pick. And I go get some really good players for Arizona. And Arizona is able to start to get a little bit better and improve themselves a year or 2 down the line, while at the same time, Anthony Richardson is going on to Pro Bowls and taking Seattle on to championships. What do you think happens to that general manager at that point in the eyes of that Arizona owner, even if those players were successful that he got as a return? Right? It just is it's a bad look on that GM. And so there's so many reasons this just to me doesn't add up as being feasible to happen. I just can't see it. Drunk says the Titans will trade up to 3. Watch it. All lines up with Ryan Tannehill. Isn't much of a dead cap. They have the 11th pick and Malik Willis isn't good. Probably makes the most sense for both the Titans and Arizona. Well said, Drunk. And I agree with that 100%. 100%. They certainly seem like kind of the team right now is the lead favorite to move up here as it stands. Tom, Drew Wasunkus. Tom, sorry if I mispronounced your last name on that, but thank you for jumping in the chat. It says, great draft picks. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Took Carter too early as he can get, took center too early as you can get in round 3 Tipman. So trade back at 37 or take a middle linebacker there. Need wide receiver 3, so you need one more trade back. Love freeing up money with Fant and Taylor trades. Well, thank you, man. And certainly makes a lot of sense of going for a receiver instead of that. I was thinking a little bit, Tom, of going with the center a little bit later on. The center went off the board. Tipman, for instance, Tom, they've got him pretty high in the PFF boards. He was going pretty high in that draft, so that if I passed him by in the 2nd round, Tom, and tried to wait on into the depths of the 3rd round, he wasn't there at times in some of the mocks that I ran. And the big problem I ran into when looking at center later on, Tom, when I ran a couple of these scenarios where I was looking to do the center later, and then, like you say, turn away from going Schmitz, go with middle linebacker there instead, or even as you say, a wide receiver, is the guy that then was available in the 4th and 5th round wasn't always very good. And I was finding myself then having to draw to like the third round, taking Olusegun Olawatami out of Michigan, like kind of into the third round at that point. And I kept coming back to going, well, Olawagun's as a pure scheme fit. He can do all the mobility stuff. But who do I feel better as a prospect? Who do I feel is more of a sure thing? And I've got questions if Olawatami's even going to be able to hold up as really a starter. I just didn't have those questions with Schmitz. And even with a guy like Tippmann, I like him. He's got starter potential in this league. And there's 4 or 5 centers in this draft who have starter potential in this league. But I just kept coming back to, I liked the certainty that I had with Schmitz. And I liked that I knew what I was getting a little bit more in him. And that, you know, I know what I'm getting there. I don't know quite what I'm getting in some of those later centers, I felt like. But that would have been certainly a smart approach to have gone at as well, as just to go with the middle linebackers, because to your point on this as well, Tom, in waiting for the middle linebackers, you had the inverse problem happen with them. If you don't take the Simpson or the Henley or the Drew Sanders or the Campbell early on, well, you certainly then get into third and fourth round, and then the options start getting really limited really fast because it is a relatively weak draft for middle linebackers. So it's a valid critique on that part. But appreciate you, man. Thank you. Sam the Great says, can't believe the Raiders drafted the kicker in the first round years ago. Craziest thing I've seen. It was insane. But Al Davis was a live wire. Capable of anything. Grug, do I think Maze Smith will even be there at 37 at this point? I ran a whole bunch of mock drafts before I kind of settled around where I was kind of wanting to go from a styling on this particular one. And PFF has updated their boards to where they've got Maze basically going right at the end of the first round to the top of the second round. It seems to be where he's getting charted in. It is very much too high for him, in my opinion. In reality, he's a third round guy. He's no different viewed than the kid that came out of Connecticut last year, the zero tech out there. So at least that guy gave you some pass rush ability. Mozzie doesn't give you that. That guy gave you the run stuffing and pass rush. Mozzie just gives you run stuffing. That should be where he goes. But I think he's getting elevated this year, Grug, because of the weakness of the draft, because of the weakness of the zero tech position in this draft. And it's just going to lead people to probably reaching a little bit higher on certain guys. Spencer says, Brandon, can you bless us with your ranking of the top 5 best general managers in pro football? For my money, it's Roseman, number 1, 2, John Schneider, 3, Veach of Kansas City, 4, John Lynch, and 5, Chris Greer of Miami. Well, those are all very, very good selections. I think I would probably be pretty close to matching up with Roseman as number 1 with me, Spencer, with you on that one. So we're on the same boat there. I'm going through the list in my mind here of other guys. I think the Ravens would be up there for me, Spencer. I don't know where I'd rank them exactly, but I put the Ravens up there. I would put Veach of Kansas City there. Look at the trade he made with Tyreek Hill. Look at how they've kind of reassembled that team and kept themselves at the top of the stack as they have. So I'd have 3 of those guys in there. I feel like Lynch is good. I don't know. He probably doesn't quite crack my top 5 because he's got his share of misses in addition to the good. I guess I'd probably put Schneider maybe fourth or 5th, I guess. I feel very homery doing that, but I can't think of anybody else that's jumps out to me that's way better. Not bulky with Jaguars, no. Texans got no. Yeah, I can't think of anybody that jumps out to me above that. I'll go with those. So, Roseman, Ravens, Kansas City, Seahawks. Maybe I guess I might put Lynch in at 5th beyond that. Maybe he squeezes in there. But I'd flop out the Miami one for Ravens because they draft and spend their money. I don't know, though. After this deal for Odell, I'm going to have to ding him down a bit. Paul says, I appreciate the way you answer my post and the post of the others. That is why I follow your show. Thank you, Paul. I love the interaction, man. I appreciate where you guys come from, and it's always fun kind of going back and forth a bit. You know, as much picking your guys' minds as picking mine on that side of it. Herbicide says no one was touching Ali in his youth, his prime. There's been very few fighters as elusive as him, especially in that. No fighters in the heavyweight division as elusive as Ali in the ring. That's for sure. The one fight that would have been fun to watch back in the day, they just slightly different times, just didn't quite overlap. But it would have been great to see Rocky Marciano and Ali go head to head. And I'm sure Ali would have given him a master class in boxing, but just two different styles completely going up against each other would have been kind of fun. Larry Holmes is a good one, Gibson. Good. Grug says, who do you think the mystery player that JS met with was? Could it be Carter? Are we mating with him twice in this time span of a week? Hard to say, man. You know, they've got 30 visits, Grug, and they do tend to keep this stuff somewhat under tight lid. So it gets a little bit tougher on predicting who could be the guy where, you know. I'm not sure on that one. I wouldn't even know where to begin to guess with who that mystery. Probably not Carter at the same time. You're probably doing separate visits on that one. Drunk says there's one probably with your mock should picked Bijan at 20. Hey, I ain't mad at Bijan at 20 if we grab him, Drunk. So I'll be all right with that. I'll be good with that. Herbicide Hagler was a beast too. Loved Sweet Pea. Yeah, if you guys ever want, if you want to watch a great fight that is online that is absolutely just insane. It's the Tommy Hearns and Hagler fight. You know, you have two guys in boxing, you know, you guys use this boxing today where it's like they're kind of trying to knock each other out, but there's also a little bit of going for points. You want to talk about one boxing match that was simply about two men stepping into the middle of the ring and just swinging on each other. And I mean, I'm not talking about like one jab. I mean, I'm just talking about loading up, intense, two guys that are masters of what they're doing and absolutely just laying it to bear. I go back and watch that fight from time to time on YouTube. Amazing fight. Still to this day holds up. And two guys at the top of what they do. Just tremendous. Just watching two guys just go at it and not care. Just have we just want to go hurt each other. I want to go hurt this guy. Such a ridiculous fight. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you, brother. Says, name a player that could be completely overdrafted in the top 10. Someone where it wouldn't be a total shock, but would be a major reach. I actually have a couple on this one, Randall, to be honest with you, because there's a few of these guys that I think are kind of starting to flirt with that top 10 place. And I don't think that they have any business being in the top 10. The first guy would be Lucas Van Ness. I think he's going to be a capable player at the next level, but to pick that guy in the top 10 to me just seems ridiculous. I just don't. I kind of barely understand even taking him in the first round, to be honest with you. But he's got his share of backers, and he's a guy that on some teams, they fall in love with him in that way where he might get to that spot of things. That would blow me away, though, Randall. Maybe it wouldn't be a shock, but it would still be like, really? That high? Nolan Smith, Randall, he's definitely elevated himself at this point to top 20 range. He might be elevated himself into top 10 with the clean character background and interviewing so well as he does. That's another guy. The third guy would be Adetomiwa Adewale, and that might be a little bit closer to what you called a shock, but I still think that's a guy with his measurables, how he's tested, and his upside, who might get a team just kind of tricking themselves into going a little bit higher on him for him at that spot, where he's a guy that could be viewed by some teams as the guy just behind Carter as that next defensive tackle, that they may not be as high on Breezy's tape from 2022, and they may not like the arm length size of Cansey, and that moves them back along to this kid, Adewale. So those would be the three guys to me, Randall, that would be a little more, not shock, but I would consider that to be a major reach on all three of those guys in the top 10, Randall. And I hope our Hawks don't pick any of those guys in that area of things. Randall with another $2 donation. Appreciate you, buddy, as always. Says, got to put Eagles general manager near the top of the list. He's my number one. This guy's taken two separate teams, almost two wholly, in many ways, different teams outside of a couple of players, turned the roster over, turned his quarterback position over, and got back to the Super Bowl within about 4 years of getting there before, having made those moves, having chosen to go that route. And to rebuild the Super Bowl roster twice within a 5-year span, if that doesn't make you the best general manager in the NFL, it's darn near. You got to be flirting with the top on that point. There are a lot of other guys that can get that done in that way. I don't think anybody's done it in that way in recent history. Yeah, they're my number one. Drunk says the Seahawks should have signed or traded for Elijah Moore. He has so much potential before Garrett Wilson. He was the guy for the Jets. I don't know what happened in the locker room besides not getting the ball. Hard to say they're drunk. Hard to say. Certainly at the quarterback position in New York probably impacted it. Not the best there. But I would have been okay if they wanted to be a little more aggressive to look at him. I don't know. I think it felt like the cost was a little high for what the Jets got back for him in returns, but I would have been good going for him. Jeffrey, it sounds like D-Boy might have accidentally timed you out, Jeffrey. So if that happened, didn't mean to. Tom says, it may be possible to get a wide receiver 3 in UDFA. I give your draft an A- and think you could have gotten the middle linebacker with a trade back from 37 to 39. Take Carter in round 3 with either Wilper. Take center, in round 3 with either Wilper or Tippmann. Like them both, Tom, and if we got those guys in the 3rd round, that'd be great value because I think those guys have some outside chance to really get themselves plucked in the 2nd round of this draft, especially Wilper's case. Tippmann probably will drop to the 3rd round. I do think Wilper probably goes somewhere 2nd as the number 2 center off the board, and especially considering, Tom, there's no centers that go in the 1st round. I do think 2 will get taken in the 2nd. But I'm with it, man. I'm with it, and I'll take an A-, man. I've gotten some worse grades on some of these mocks, so A- all day long. All day. Drunk says Calvin Ridley's wearing 0. Okay. Tom, Jack Campbell's a good player. Might go in the 1st round of this draft. Right at the end. Spencer says, agreed. I'm now firmly in the Wilper, Tippmann, round 3-4 camp. Save our 2nd rounders for more premium positions like tight end, wide receiver, and cornerback. Or maybe even safety if that's the right player. Safety could be one that you're especially driven towards, Spencer. And many of the times I was picking in that 2nd round range, especially the late 2nd round, you've got a Jamie Robinson. You've got a Sidney Brown looking you in the face. That might be tempting for the Seahawks to pull that. So it'd be interesting to see where the centers fall in this class. I like those guys, and getting them in the 3rd or 4th round would be great. I don't know if I'm as convinced. Wilper's not lasting to the 3rd round, I don't think. And Tippmann is not going to last the 4th. But I'm also not certain on my outlook with those 2 guys, so I could be off on that. Tom, I prefer Keanu over Maze with his additional pass rush. Understandable. Maze is certainly a one-trick pony guy. And he has got no upside to being a pass rusher at the next level at all. Whereas Keanu definitely does. And Keanu's got better overall upside too. It's just Maze does give you, if you just want the guy that's stopping the run and gives you that one good trick, he does give you that. Addicted to Hawks says, Brandon, granted best player available is a great way to pick. Still, how do you see the number of players at each position to be when draft is done? Example, 3 defensive linemen, 1 linebacker, 1 offensive lineman. I do think you try to come out of this. It's a good question. I mean, you got 10 picks, Addicted to Hawks, and those could move around a little bit. I think you do try to come out of this draft with, let's go with two defensive tackles, a middle linebacker. I think you got to come out of this with 2 running backs. So that takes us up to 5 picks. You got to come out of this with a center, a guard. That takes us to 7 picks. And then you got 3 other picks to make that point. So you got kind of a freebie. I think you'll want 1 more defensive lineman, probably 1 more edge and maybe a cornerback or a receiver and a cornerback. Something like that, I would think, addicted to Hawks. But I do think you'll come away with 3 defensive linemen as the number 1 position you most address in the draft. So something like that, I would say. I think just 1 middle linebacker, 1 guard, 1 center. And then the fluctuation point is, do you take a corner or a receiver? Do you take the second running back or do you take a safety? And on that stuff, I'm not as sure on that part. Nagasa says Malik Willis and Malik Willis 2.0 in Titans, laughing out loud. I was funny too, Nagasa, I was watching that they were working out Quentin Johnson as well. And it just made me laugh because they drafted last year's Quentin Johnson with that kid out of Arkansas. Like, do you guys learn? Did you guys learn? Hongwu Lee says Quentin Johnson should be picked before JSN. He's had a tough pro day, man. And his tape's got some rough edges to it. Hard to say. Joshua Photographs. I love it. See you, Fant. Hello, Darnell. Love that you got 2 tailbacks. Trenches looking solid. Wish you would have gotten DTR. Would love to have been able to go quarterback. I got kind of locked in on those trenches. I got definitely single-minded in my approach in this particular mock draft. But certainly, I think, as people are saying, inside linebacker, receiver, getting a backup quarterback. You know, those would have been positions if I had maybe another extra pick or 2 that I could have pulled. I would have loved to have addressed those spots for sure. Casey says the point Brandon Belichick was going to let us score on a running play to get the ball back in the Super Bowl. Oh, hold on now. Wait. Hold on, Casey. I don't think that that's correct. Because if they're trying to open the door to the Seahawks running the ball there and letting them score like that, then they don't come out with the heavy formation, which is what they came out with, Casey. Right? So, and I'm eventually going to do a video on this for the channel because it does merit one. But what you normally have is just like you have in Madden, Casey, where if you're pre-play, the offense picks the play, then the defense checks and sees what formation's coming out, and then they fit their defensive formation to what the offense is doing. On the Super Bowl play, the Patriots just preemptively came out with a defensive alignment that was going to be a heavy formation regardless of what the Seahawks came out with. And if they're looking to just open the door to make them believe that they could just run the ball and so they get the ball back with 20 seconds and 1 timeout to get up the football field, they wouldn't have come out with the heavy formation, I wouldn't have thought. But I've never heard that that's what Belichick's intention is either. I've never seen that or heard that confirmed. So if you've got that information, do let me know. Tom says, I would like to see a scenario where the Hawks trade back multiple times from 5. If Anderson is gone, the Hawks don't want Carter. What that would do for us then, it could allow the Hawks to address all the needs. It could. As I was pointing out, here's an earlier mock that I ran about a month ago. And here's the mock on my left shoulder that I ran today. And it's to your point, Tom, one of those mocks, I'm moving back. I'm still coming out of that mock with multiple first-round picks. I'm still coming out of that mock with, hell, in that one I had 4 second-round picks. I went heavy in the second round. So you can definitely still be able to not only come away at that point as I did in my scenario with the Panthers' future first-round pick when making that trade. This was obviously before the Panthers moved up in the draft and took theirs. You could move any other, call it Tennessee in that place of them. But certainly moving back there, and then I moved back again once I was even at that spot, allowed for me at that point to really collect a lot of extra picks. And the Seattle could do so if they were willing to go that route with it, Tom. And it'd be a smart approach because you look at the total haul of what you come out of with going that route, and it's tremendous. It's undeniable. Compared with the good haul you get here over on my left shoulder without trading out of that 5 spot, that's a great haul too. But you might say there's certainly an argument to be made that you get more by doing that trade back and by being willing to do that. ABAB Seahawks, Brandon, do you think Charles Cross can play corner? Only in select situations. Joshua Photographs, think Puka Nuka gets drafted or UDFA? I have not had a chance to take a look at Puka as of yet, Joshua, but I will check him out hopefully here before the time ends. I'll add him to my list of guys to take a look at here. Puka, it's got a cool name. Nuka. Puka Nuka. Greg, I might have to accept that Benton is the better pick simply because I can't justify taking Mozzie in the late first, even though we may have to. It's tough one on that one with where he's going in the draft. It's just, you like him, but you go, really? He's going that high? Your boy Michael says, do you think this will be the year that Charles Cross breaks out, or do you think another year and he will? You're probably going to have to wait another year to get him to where he's like getting closer to where he's really going to be out with his prime. He was still at a very solid year in his rookie year this year. 64 grade by PFF. He wasn't really ever really a huge liability in any given game. He'll take a step forward next year, your boy Michael. He'll go for being maybe just a slight average to slightly below league average player this last year to being now an above average league player. I don't think he'll ever get to a star point. I think his top end is kind of Laramie Tunsil in my opinion, but he'll get to that top end within probably 2 years. John Holland says Roberto Duran and Iran Barkley was like watching a Rocky movie. Those old school boxing matches were no joke. Like they were going at it. Megan says the Hawks Nest, the neuroscientist in me can't watch boxing without thinking of the damage to the boxer's brains that is being done with each blow. It's fair. It's a fair point. It is a sweet science though, Megan. It is the sweet, sweet science. Seahawks blue and green. I'm surprised OBJ went to the Ravens. Guess he cares more about the money than his stats. Well, that's certainly was wanting to get paid last year. Wasn't happy with the money he was being offered last year. And he said, hell with it. I'll shut it down for a year and I'll come back next year and get my money. So money at this point is what's driving OBJ at the front of the stack on this. And I've long said about OBJ, he's a great football player, but he's a guy that loves being a football player more than he loves playing football, in my opinion. And that's been proven out by a lot of the choices and decisions, I think, and somebody he's made. Great talent, D-Boy says, it's funny, there is about 160 people in here, but there's only about 15 people that type in the chat. I hate that. Well, folks just like to linger and listen. Some of it too, D-Boys. I got a lot of folks that listen in their work and then just listen in the background, or they're doing school work, and they just like to listen as they're kind of rounding through. Plus, I wouldn't be able to keep up with the chat if that was the case, D-Boy. It'd be like, I already struggle as it is. Jonas says Will Anderson would be a good 0-2. He'd be a fun 0 guy. Yeah. A 31 might not look too bad on him either, though. Just saying. Jonas says Mike Tyson was too fast, too strong, and had a great coach and technique. He would have beaten Muhammad Ali within 1 round. I stand by that. It's a bold statement, man. I could see it. Like I said, though, Tyson have to get him early. If he didn't get him early, it would be over with. Because then when Ali would just wear him out. BP says, just think the second is the sweet spot for nose tackle, and 20 is the luxury pick, either a falling JSN or Nolan Smith if he falls or trades back. Could go that way, man. And I agree with you on the nose tackle. Certainly the place that it looks like. That is the place it looks. Besides this, do you think we keep Damian Lewis? I would pay the man. I would. I'd be open to doing it. You're not going to be paying anybody else on that line anytime soon. And he's become a certain item and you know what you're getting with him at this point. So I think it makes a lot of sense to open that door up. I'd pay him next year. I'd still work him on one final year of his rookie deal. But certainly at that point next year, when you've got money to spend, that would be a guy that I'd be open to keeping here. Nick Docs, Brandon, I agree. 3 defensive linemen for sure. 1 middle linebacker, 1 center, 1 guard. I'm happy. That's it, man. And that was Addicted Hawks in my mock draft today. Exactly what I came away with on. So I'm expecting that too, to a degree. Maybe not 3, maybe 2 defensive line, but I would certainly think that 3 is a number that makes a lot of sense. Jonah says, hey, Brandon, I know that you don't think he's great, but Ivan Pace Jr. from the Cincinnati Bearcats is who I want if we choose a linebacker after the 4th round. I actually like him a lot, Jonah. I do. I'm worried about the short arms and ability to tackle consistently at the next level. I'm worried about the short arms and coverage. There are times at tape where he's right there in coverage step for step with a guy. As you see, this happens with short arm cornerbacks as well. They're step for step. Their technique is perfect. They just don't have long enough arms to get in there and make a play. Or the receiver is going to high point the ball over the top of them, and there's nothing they can do about it. You know, when he gets matched up on a 6'4" tight end who's got 39-inch vert, there's not a lot he's going to be able to do about that. He's not going to be able to do anything about that. So if you draft him, you got to use him in the right role to me, Jonah. You got to put him up around the line of scrimmage. You got to let him attack. You got to blitz him a high propensity amount of the time. You can't just come in here and have him roll at the linebacker position like we have in recent past, or you're not getting the most out of him and he's going to get killed. But he is a fun player, Jonah, and I do like him. I want you draft him. You can't fit him into the square peg. You got to take this round hole, round peg on this one. And if they do that, they can get something out of him. Henley's getting some love in the chat. Definitely wouldn't be mad with Henley, man. I've had him in a couple of my mocks. Drunk Squitter, Treylon Burks is a good receiver, just suffered from poor quarterback play, or maybe I'm biased because I have him in fantasy football. Hey, he might be a good guy. It's what struck me about it is Drunk, what throws me off about it is that, usually you don't want 2 raw receivers on either outside. You'll have one of those guys that's your raw, highly talented, developmental guy, but you're not going to stack 2 of them a bit. And if you went and got Quentin Johnson, they're 2 I still like Treylon as well, but you're just taking 2 rough guys on either side. And especially Drunk, if you're talking about bringing in a rookie quarterback at that point to try to run the show, or Malik Willis, with 2 receivers that you can't exactly trust in their, in the finer tuned points of the receiving position. That's the part that made me kind of laugh about it a bit. But Treylon's still pretty good. He might round out. Nagasa, I like Mayer at tight end more and more, even more than Washington. He's my number 2, Nagasa, that's for sure. And he's a well-rounded tight end. He can do pretty much everything you need from the position, the traditional kind of guy. So if you end up taking him instead of Washington round 2, or Washington's gone and you go with him in the second option and you move Fant, he'd be a good player. Nagasa, to me, he reminds me so very much of Zach Miller, former Seahawks tight end. Very, very similar players. It's not the pass protector that Zach Miller could be from time to time, but still a very good player. Erickson says Puka's rad. I can't wait to check him out. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you for all the donos, Randall. You're awesome as always, brother. I appreciate you. He says, apparently prospects can't work out on these visits. Conceivable, Jalen did a private infield workout last week, and now we bring into the facility. It's conceivable. Just didn't publish it and told teams that they want to check it out, they got to keep it under wraps. Bump it a bump it a bump. It's possible there, Randall. And you're right. It's a very key point of this is that you cannot work these prospects out in the facility, which is good. I'm glad they don't. You don't want a prospect getting injured because he's out on a visit because they're trying to run him through the gamut of all these tests to see where he's at. Yes, you can still, I think, ascertain a lot of information from these visits, Randall, and they're going to ask him all the prodding questions. They're going to test him out as far as where his head's at, and certainly get a better read from him at that point of where he is and where his mindset's at. So, yeah, absolutely in that case of things. And again, does at least keynote show here, Randall, that there is some interest on the part of the Seahawks. True interest, not smokescreen interest, but absolute interest here, I think, with this guy. So definitely there's some footsies going on here. There's some flirtations going on here, Randall. I don't think it's empty, man. I think it's true. Doesn't mean they're picking him necessarily, but it does mean that there's interest, as opposed to some of the reports we had been hearing a few days prior to this of, oh, he's off the board, and they've just taken him off. They just won't even draft him. Maybe not. But Randall, thank you for the $5 dono. David Pugh, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate it, David. Very kind of you as well, my man. It's good to see you in the chat too. A D featuring Will Anderson, Tariq Woolen, Kobe Bryant, Cansey, and Simpson. All young studs, starving wolves, trying to make their mark on the league together as brothers. Brings a tear to my eye. Well said, David. Very well said, my man. And you're darn right. You got some hungry young defenders at that point. You got talent. You got explosiveness. You've got some guys with some flexibility and versatility of those guys that you mentioned. I'd probably throw David in addition to that Boye Mafe in there as well, because I like Boye Mafe's upside too, as that starving young wolf, as you put it. But wonderful way of putting it, man. And if you came out of this draft with that collection of guys, being Anderson, Cansey, Simpson, from 3 of the first 4 picks you take in this draft, marvelous. Marvelous. And those guys are going to help you win football games, and they will make this defense better, and it will make this defense better even next year. Lance Johnson says, isn't Puka Nuka the name of the Hawaiian state fish? Laughing out loud. Sounds right. Sounds right. Your boy Michael says this year will be fun, but I think next season will be the season we go all out for it. You're certainly not setting the stage here this season where you're going all out for it. You're going to be competitive. You're going to be in it. You're going to be trying. But are you going for broke? Are you pushing all the chips to the center of the table this year as an organization? No. Not that that's a requirement to do so, but you're right. It's not there on this one. D-Boy, have yourself a great night, man. Thank you for mentioning that again, too. If you guys like what you're listening to, do me a favor. Please do hit that like button and subscribe on up. Does help this channel out tremendously, and I really do appreciate it. Addicted Docs, Brandon, have you heard any news on Cross hitting the weight room this offseason? Hope he's bulked up more for a 2024 sophomore year. Go Hawks. Well, it's going to help having a year of development in any weight room, any prospect. I think at the head of the line of why, when you hear a coach like Carroll say that players take their biggest leap on average in that second year, the reason that he says that is because those guys have had that year in a weight room day after day. I don't have to go to class. I don't have to school. My head pops off the pillow and I'm thinking about going and getting my workout in. And that when you've got that concentration that you can narrow in on that one thing, you're going to get stronger. You're going to get bigger. And significantly so. Now, the years after that, you're maybe not as able to make as big a jump. It's more incremental, I think. But yeah, he'll be bigger. Let's also remember, too, he was a really young guy. He's not going to get that old man, grown man strength. It usually takes a couple years to kind of get that fully a little bit. So he will get stronger. He's got room to get stronger. But yes, I would think so. Seahawks Blowing Green says, in John Schneider, I trust. He's getting rid of our slow and old defensive line plus Barton. So he's recognizing those weaknesses on our team. I'm so glad we're not bringing back some of these guys in this line. So very glad. Maybe Puna still makes his way back at some point, but it makes me very happy that they've looked to turn this over in a different direction. The old way wasn't working. Yeah, I figured, Drunk, there's people listening in the background. You don't have to participate in the chat. It's all good. Just listen in the background. I just appreciate you listening or watching. Seahawks Blowing Green, Damian deserves it, switching positions to accommodate the team. He does. He does. Certainly he's earned it up until this point. I just want to wait for the fact that we don't have any money we can spend right now. But he has definitely earned it. Herbicide says Ollie had a chin too. Big George had a heavier punch than Tyson, and Foreman couldn't drop him. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, the thing with George, though, is George would just sort of stand there in front of you and just start throwing those big, just meat hooks at you. And he wasn't doing it with any sort of artistry. George was just like drawing back an arm and throwing it in you. And so when you take like the rope-a-dope situation, Ali's not, precisely dodging punches. He's just putting his arms up and knowing he can kind of have those punches hit into just the right spot for where he's trying to keep the damage off of him for the most part. Tyson was more precise in how he landed his violent blows, and he was going to come in quicker with it. You weren't going to necessarily see it as easily coming. I give you that George probably hit overall harder than Tyson, but there was more of a wind up, it's like a quarterback that shows you it's like a Colin Kaepernick wind up a little bit. You get that with George, whereas Mike, everything's coming short. Everything's coming really fast. David says, bro, do you all see the Adenisa fight? Easily my favorite fighter right now, and it's not close. I haven't had a chance to check out the fight yet. But it looked like he got his revenge back, and he's a lot of guys' favorite fighter. Seems to be a real fun guy to watch when he fights. I like him too. He can move in some unique ways. Dak says, Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver, Ole Miss. What round would you say he lands? A sleeper, maybe? He's like Bryce Ford Wheaton a little bit in certain ways, Doc, where it's everything physically you could want. Quickness, speed, size, length. You're getting that with Jonathan Mingo. He is certainly fitting in his range right along with these guys like A.J. Brown, Elijah Mitchell, DK Metcalf. Well-built, rocked up receiver, not slight, not 175 pounds, 6'2", legit 210, 215. So a bigger guy out there. Very underwhelmed by his tape. I really was. He looks like AJ Brown, almost exactly like AJ Brown from body style standpoint, but he just doesn't have the feel for the position like AJ Brown did. He doesn't have AJ Brown's hands. He doesn't have AJ Brown's route running. He ran a real simplified route tree, certainly there. Sometimes there's times where he comes off the line of scrimmage and he's just like walking a couple steps and coming to a standstill. I feel like the second he's got to change direction going up the field, where though he's a really fast 40 time and explosive, the second he's got to move sideways one way or another, he loses a lot of his speed. I do like the physical skill set. I do. And this is a draft with not a lot of kind of physical skill set beasts in it. So I do put him in the late third round in this draft, but boy, I'd be much happier about getting him in the late fourth or fifth round, because I think I'm not going to call it the bust rate, because you're not really looking at guys busting out when they're a fourth round or fifth round pick. They just don't make it. But he's got that big kind of, for lack of a better term, bust rate to him. John Robinson says the only thing though is Draymond and Kalijah Kancey are kind of the same player. We need a nose tackle and a good, big, long run stuffing end to go along with Draymond Jones. Certainly we do. It would be nice to have that. I don't know if there was as much a guy there that made sense to me where I was picking the draft that could jump up and get that. I did get a couple other defensive linemen, John, in addition to that. So I did take Keanu Benton. I did take the Coastal Carolina kid. Either of those two guys, I think, could maybe give you some of that as well on the other side of it. Along with what you get with Jaron Reed in there in addition on his side, because Jaron Reed kind of gives you that guy as well on that side, John. That's his kind of role a little bit, especially as an early down run defender, I would say. But I think there's times where you could rock both of them out there on a given place. But if you run true 3-4, Dicky Dogs, Brandon, are you going to have pumpkin pick number 5? Put some salmon snacks in front of picks of Carter and Anderson. See who she picks, laughing out loud. It's a good idea, man. Maybe I'll have to do something like that. We'll see who she picks. That's a good idea. I'll try to put something like that together for the draft if I can. She's definitely going to be picking the schedule this year. So I'm going to do that for sure. But I hadn't thought of doing the picks in the draft. It's a good idea. Yeah, Tyson's just a different beast than Frazier and Foreman. Especially this prime Tyson. Young prime Tyson was as scary as they come. And though I think it's not that he would have just handled Ali, no doubt. I think it's both of those guys would have had a chance, an opportunity to make some noise in that fight. Megan Gockrotcher, thank you for the $2 donations. She says 3-1 Kraken in the third. How about the Kraken, man? They're rolling this year, Megan. They're showing, doesn't that expansion team sometimes don't have to wait, I guess. You know? Imagine if they go out there and they win the NHL trophy this year, Megan, and you have a team like the Toronto Maple Leafs that haven't won in like 50 years, and then Seattle gets a team in like 2 years they're winning. This sport's stupid, eh? I don't like it at all. We need a new national sport. This is a dumb one. We never win. David Pugh, thank you for another $5 donation. David, I do appreciate it. Says also, did you see the Israel Adonijah fight? And if so, is he the most fun fighter in the UFC? And why is everyone who doesn't believe that wrong? Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I have seen Style Bender fight and other times in the past. I just haven't had a chance to catch this clip from this fight. I've seen it just as it ended, but I didn't get to see some of the setup to it. He's capable of kind of almost doing anything as a fighter. He's got everything in his bag. And you love that because there's so many fighters that are all just kind of can only go out there and win one way. They're getting more diverse as we get more and more deeper into UFC in its time period, as you see these guys able to do a variety of things. But it's fun when you get to see the guy that can kind of do it all. He suffers, I think, from the same guy that the Anderson Silva suffered from, where they're so good, they're almost too good, where they get almost a little bit bored in their ways. And there's times where it's just more about the showing off of the skill than the actual of just going out there and winning the fight. And he has suffered from that in the times in the past as Israel. But it seems like that loss kind of clicked something in him. And maybe now he's due to maybe go on a run here, David, where we're going to get the best of Israel, and he's going to go out there and try to be dangerous every fight. He's going to look to put guys down every fight. He's going to look to put guys down fast every fight. Because he's got that ability to do that. But I will be checking that out, man. I do want to see that clip. It looked like he took him out pretty good. It looked like it was a fun fight. And yeah, he is. I don't think there's a funner fighter out there right now in the UFC who would overtake it. You know, UFC's kind of in a little bit of a downside right now for stars. It's good overall. I think the quality is getting better. It's not just them rolling around and wrestling anymore 24/7, but they're definitely in need of some more probably star power in the sport. To really come along and continue to elevate it. Pumpkin for the win. It's coming and making her appearance. Appreciate you, David, though, man. Thank you for the dono. I don't know if the dude that was punching Ali and that missed the 27 punches, I know the time you're talking about, Herbicide, where Ali was dunking the punches. That guy was not swinging as fast as Mike would swing. And I don't think Mike would have missed 27 punches like that guy did. Kronos has joined late, so don't know if you've talked about this, but do you think the Cardinals trade rumors are true, or are they trying to stir the pot to get any buyers? Well, I think both of those things are true, Kronos. They are trying to stir the pot to get buyers. They're being very public about it. This is, I believe, how the information got leaked about the Titans having supposed interest in it. The Cardinals are wanting to move this pick, and I've heard from multiple sources from within the league talking about this, that they are like chomping at the bit. You know, they're like a dog that's found a fresh stick out in the yard, and it's just a perfect tasting stick, and they want to move it. They do not want to pick on this pick, and they've given indications of this now going on a couple of weeks pretty strongly, Kronos. I really feel like the pick's going to be moved at this point. I feel like it'll be moved as much, Kronos, because they're not going to demand the same kind of compensation that the Bears got in return. They might get something somewhat close to it, but they're not getting I don't think they're getting close to it. They're just going to have to kind of make do with pretty good rather than tremendous as far as the whole. So yeah, I think it's true. And I think that they're also trying to stir the pot to up the ante, right, Kronos, to get the bidding war going even hotter. It's probably not very hot right now. You might have a team like just the Titans being only the true team willing to trade up, or just the Titans and the Raiders maybe, and that's not enough to get them to really put the top haul in front of the Cardinals like they would be liking to get. Jadon London, Carter should be an easy pick. If Anderson is gone, let Bobby read the card. Let's go. Let's go, Jadon. Sounds good to me, man. Cardinals says, I know the Cardinals are serious. I'm wondering if they have 6 suitors or the story is fabricated by the Cardinals to drum up interest. A little more fabricated than true, Kronos. I have 6 teams maybe called, but what is a suitor? What is true interest? Is true interest calling and just finding out what the cost is? Well, you called to find out the cost, so that means you have true interest. No, just finding out the cost. Well, we're going to mark that down as true interest. We now take that to 6 teams of true interest in trading up for our pick. So it's a little semantics, Kronos, and how you term that. Will Valdez, Brandon, who's your dark horse offensive and defensive players in this draft? You can only select one for each. Dark horse. Verify what you mean, Will, by dark horse, because I don't know what you mean by dark horse. A dark horse to be drafted for the Seahawks, dark horse to be drafted high in this draft, dark horse to be much better players in the National League than they're looking to go in this draft, and how they're viewed as far as their talent in this draft. Elaborate if you can, Will, on what you mean by just dark horse on that. I'm not quite sure on that one. Space wasn't Tyson 20 when he won the title. I do believe that's correct. I think you are correct there. JL says Tyson most definitely had a puncher's chance, but Ollie would have made him quit. I think it's very likely it could have gone that way. Mike just would have had to hit him once or twice, and that's all it would have taken. Grug says, something tells me that this year DK will have an insane breakout season we've been waiting for him to have. I would love to see it, Grug. And certainly he's capable of doing it, only 25 years old. He's ready to go. Another year with Geno. All we got to do is get those double teams peeled off of him a little bit more. Space says, too bad we couldn't draft Carter and Anderson. Yeah, you're not getting them both. Not both. TikTok, Brandon, glad you like my salmon snacks for pumpkin idea. Have you ever seen cucumber pranks for cats on YouTube? Kind of mean, but hilarious too. I have. It's kind of weird. Cats have some weird thing about cucumbers. And yeah, I don't want to do it to mine. It does seem a little mean, because it freaks them out. John Robinson says, so was the secret visit that we have really with Carter? I mean, it might have been John. I'm not sure on that one. I have no idea. We're definitely meeting with him though, right? Megan says, the Hawks Nest, you will hear me scream from here to the Maple Leafs, our second in their division, but we'll choke in the post as usual. I just imagine Toronto in the heart of Canada where they invented the sport. This plucky Seattle team that barely even knows hockey comes along. In 2 years, they got a championship, and you've been waiting. You were born the year after they last won the championship, and you've been sitting there for 4 decades. Just sitting there going, really? Really? It's like how the Red Sox fans must have felt when the what was the Miami team won the deal. The Marlins back in the day won the baseball World Series before they did. We've been sitting here since 1912. Really? Come on. John Robinson says the Coastal Carolina kid is a good run stuffer. I like his measurables. What's his strengths? He's a former tight end convert, John. And so you look at him as having added 330 pounds to his frame, but you have a little bit of that stuff that you get with like a Cody Mock who did the same thing as a transition to the offensive line, where they still retain those movement abilities. Jalen Carter's another guy like this. Jalen Carter, a former tight end going back to his high school days. They retain that movement, right? They're not quite as limited athletically as guys that are sometimes just a pure defensive tackle or a pure offensive lineman. So I think that there's some kind of quiet upside on this kid, John, that's maybe just starting to get realized. I love his size. I love his explosion off the snap. He's got good effort. He tends to go in the right direction. He can fight the double teams because of his size. So he shows some of those things you're looking for from the zero tech. Get my notes up on him really quick. Make sure I can not leave anything out. He's really a bull in the china shop kind of player too, John. So what's fun about him is he's just putting his head down, going. And it's not always with a plan. He's new to the position, doesn't know how to use his hands, but it's a problem for offensive linemen when he just pushes down and go. His quickness, his suddenness for his size does make him an issue for them. And I know he didn't test out well with 5'2", 540 and a 1.8, 10-yard split, but he's kind of like football fast for his size at 330, if that makes sense. You take him and Ika, and you can see, watch the film on the two of them back to back and the way they move. And you can see to me that he moves so much better than that guy, but he's going to go later than Sika. And maybe rightfully so, maybe not. But as a later round guy, John, he was in my latest mock that I ran today. He was my third defensive lineman I took in my draft. I like him a lot. Pumpkins picks. That's the way, Joe, man. Pumpkins picks. I'm going to steal that, Joe, for the certainly for the schedule stuff, but I might have to do it for the draft as well. There's a little bit of an all or nothing with him, John, too. Coastal Carolina kid. Like, he puts that head down and he goes bowl in the China shop. Sometimes it's great and he's wrecking the play. Sometimes he's head down, bowl in the China shop, and he just loses his feet. So he's kind of an all or nothing in that kind of aspect of things. Jayhawks watching the hockey live is fun. I've been to one game. I enjoyed it. Wild affair. Herbitside's got Kazmat Chivav. His UFC is his favorite. He's certainly on the rise, isn't he? That's a good one. Forgot about him a little bit. I'm still not a fan of the Kraken names as Herbicide. I'd like the Kraken name, man. I was kind of digging that. Oh, talent-wise like Tariq Woolen. Sorry, Will. Okay, that makes sense. As a dark horse, there would be a talent like Tariq Woolen. Well, if you're talking about a guy that's more going to fall into the 4th, 5th round range, if Julius Brents falls 4th, 5th round range, he'd be a guy like Tariq. He's drawn the comparisons. If he goes 2nd, 3rd, I wouldn't consider it the same area because you're now drafting the guy high. To be a dark horse, you got to be drafted, I think, a little bit lower on. I do think Bryce Ford Wheaton at the wide receiver position could be that guy because of what he brings to the table as far as how good he is. I'm just looking through my list here a little bit. I think a couple of, like a center guard guys that could be later on. Oluwatomi from Michigan, if you get him 4th or 5th round, could be a guy like that. John Gaines with UCLA, if he was to dip down a little bit later, could be a guy like that. These are offensive players. I only get one, though, you said. So if I'll go with just one, let's go with offensively, we'll go with... This is tougher than I thought. I think this through here. I'm like, offensively, let's go. Well, let's go with Jonathan Mingo. He's physically freakish, and maybe he can clean up his game in the 4th, 5th round like Tariq. That's a guy with physicality that makes sense offensively in that way at the receiver position. And defensively, I think Julius Brents would probably be my guy. If Brents was not to fall, if he gets taken in the tops at the end of the 2nd or the top of the 3rd, and we're looking for another guy that could fit more in that mold. Then my guy would be would be the guy that is one of the hardest ones to figure out in this draft would be Carl Brooks. Carl Brooks might really dive down in this draft a little bit, but he could be a guy that'd be a sensational guy you pick up. People just don't know what to make of where they're placing him. He played on the edge out there at Bowling Green. You're thinking he's going to play only on the inside at the next level. That would be my guy defensively, Will. Good question. Very good question. Chris Sims got hit in the head too much. Kronos, if you go by Chris Sims' edge rankings, Anderson's the 5th best edge in this class, and we'll go after Van Ness, Breesy, and Will McDonald. Of course, Sims loves freaking Van Ness. Of course. Oh, my God. He's got Van Ness ahead of Anderson. What the hell? I could get putting Will McDonald ahead of Anderson because you're going top end. But you're giving me floor guy Van Ness over the top of Anderson, whose floor is higher than Van Ness and whose top end's higher than Van Ness. What's Chris thinking on that? That's silly. That's silly. Donnie Hawksnest, hello, Brandon and all. Hope everyone's Easter weekend was well. Mine was great, man. I hope yours was good too. I think Brandon, I would pay good money for a real bull in a china shop video on YouTube. I would too, man. That definitely feels like something that would be like, they've got that category like Reddit, oddly satisfying. Wouldn't it be oddly satisfying watching a bull just go through a china shop and just destroying all of the china? You know, somebody like throws a firecracker or something just to get them off. Yeah, we can't go with Seattle Salmons over Kraken. Herbicide, you would have gone Seattle Sockeyes over Seattle Kraken? I don't know. As somebody else said, Canucks, Vancouver's mascot's an orca, and orcas eat fish, as Christopher Standard Time says. So, we would have been the natural prey to our northern rivals at that point. Addicted to Hawks is Brandon. Yep, I've seen Vikings lose 4 Super Bowls, the North Stars lose the Cup, and Hawks lose 2 of 3 Super Bowls. Maybe I'm just bad lucky. It is brutal, man. That's brutal. It's not you. Motive Kuntz, tight end Kuntz. Boy, he's big. He's very labored off the line, and I don't think I love his hands. I was looking at some tape of somebody else, I think a lineman, a left tackle, I think I was looking the other night, in that team and on that offense. And he's definitely big, and he moves more fluid than you would normally see for a guy 6'8", but he does move like a guy that's 6'8". Hongwood Lee, are we counting on Drake Young? His preseason last year did look good. Well, I would say not only did his preseason look good, Hongwood Lee, he looked good in the moment you took him out and put him on the football field this year too. He was well graded by PFF, did a good job this year overall. And Hongwu, when John Schneider was asked about who is the rookie who is going to take the biggest step in their development next season, he didn't go to any of the guys he drafted in the first or second round. He went to Derek Young, and he went there very quickly. So I think the team has a lot more faith in Derek than some of the fan base does, and I think he's going to factor in this year. I do. Wilbert says, where's the studs on offense in this draft, Seahawks fans? Where's the studs on offense in this draft? Studs are at tight end and running back on the offense in this draft, really. Receiver class a little weaker, tight end, tackle class a little weaker, guard class a little bit weaker. So you have to go to just those offensively speaking. That's it. Quarterback maybe too. Herbicide says, my dad was half Swedish. We used to eat lutefisk every Christmas. Stuff was nasty. I've heard some horrible stories about that Herbicide. And you talk about a food that I would not be able to get down. That's one of the most likely foods from what I've heard, Herbicide, that I would be least likely to get a single bite down. It would be instant vomit the second it hits my lips. Will Valdez says Mingo and Brooks. I'll follow them next season and follow their progress. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. I'm a little more sure about Brooks than Mingo on that, Will. I'm not really on the offensive talent in this draft overall, so I'm a little torn in that respect of things. But I feel good about the Brooks one. I think he's going to be a player in this league. It's good to hear, Donnie. Good Easter. Dig Docs, Brandon left out. Oh my God, yes, bowl in a China shop for sure. That'd be awesome. Surprised the Jackass guys didn't do it at some point. Seems like a skit that they would have put like one of them in the bowl in the China shop, and then the bowl. Maybe that's just a little too dangerous for them. Nagasa, Sam Laporta is a riser. Is he any good? He's great, Nagasa. I have him in my pecking order of this draft. It would go Darnell Washington, Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid, and Sam Laporta would be behind Dalton Kincaid. The thing that Sam Laporta gives you that Kincaid doesn't give you as much is the blocking ability. Sam Laporta is a complete tight end. The guy is freaking wide as a fridge. Complete player. You can't go wrong with the Iowa tight ends. Can you, Nagasa? It's hard to go wrong with them. They're very complete. They're taught well. They're trained well. They know how to do the finer tune details of running the tight end position. There's nothing you wouldn't ask this guy to do that he couldn't do. I think the one thing maybe holding him back is maybe he just doesn't have elite physical stuff to his game. Where there's something about his game where you go, it's a 4.59 40, 123 broad, 6.91 3 cone, 4.25 shuttle, all okay, 32 1H, all good average times. But he's got the 1.59 10-yard split. So he's got the quickness you want out of the tight end position to create the quick, easy separation. I like his overall game. I'd be perfectly happy with landing him. I think he's a very safe prospect in this draft as well, Nagasa. I don't think he's a guy who's going to bust out for anybody. He's going to play in this league. He's going to be a pro in this league. Herbicide says people lose their spleen all the time. Not a big deal. Guess you don't really need one. I've heard that. Yeah, Herbicide, the lutefish, I've heard some I think I've watched a couple of YouTube videos of people actually eating it. And it looks awful. It looks horrible. I'll take Drake Young in fantasy then, says Hung Woo. He'd be a good backup option because I think if you have anything happen to DK or Eskridge, he's going to be the first guy off the bench to replace him. So I do think that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Megan, Hawks does pickled herrings with my Russian grandfather. Can eat most things, but not that. Oh. No, thank you. Couldn't force me to. I might literally starve myself instead of eating that. Spaces, oh my God, I was just thinking about bowl in the China shop. What the F? Hey, great minds think alike, man. We're on the resonance. Seattle 808 says, please get Darnell Washington. I did in my mock today, Seattle 808. That's who I grabbed. That's who I plucked. Sam the Great one seen Johnny Knoxville get tackled by Jared Allen and Jackass. I did. That's great. He let him blindside him too. Full on blindside. Jared Allen in his prime. It was hilarious. Seattle 808, we could use an amazing blocking tight end. Thing about him too is I think he gives you a guy with the potential to be the best tight end in Seahawks history with his full skill set. Because he's not just a blocker. He's absolutely a guy that could be dangerous as a pass catcher too. I think the Hawks, Brandon, I'm thinking of a Hawks Nest Social Club t-shirt would be something I would buy. I think it's a great idea. I think that I need to get the store going for sure this year. Addicted Hawks. I think it's finally time to get it going. And what I just need to do is go back over to Fiverr and get a logo made up that can be a Hawks Nest logo that just doesn't have the Seahawks logo on it, and then I can get away with it. So I just got to take the time and get creative over there and do that. And that's definitely coming up. It's kind of one of the things on my menu to take care of. John says the worst ever is mackerel cooked in the microwave. Oh my God. When I was in the house, Huska, that was the worst. Another one, just fish already for me, but certain kinds of fish are really gnarly. Real gnarly. Then there's not enough seasoning on this earth. Herbicide says any fish in the microwave is not good. That's never truer word said, Herbicide. Kirk Stemmer, what draft simulator did you use? I use PFF. I think that they update theirs the most. I think theirs is reflective to what I believe to be accuracy. There's always a couple of guys that drift a little bit deeper on their boards than they should go. But I think that they're the ones that are most on point with it. The other ones that I've tended to find, Kirk, are ones that just don't get updated enough. It's a little bit of that just, they're operating off of what the people's opinions of these guys were before Combine back in December at times, which isn't good. You get certain guys, Anderson lasted 20th in the first round. Come on. No way. No way. Space is coffee cups. I buy one right now. I've got a store. So I do have a store. If you guys have anybody out there that has an idea for a logo to put on it, we got to do it just different than the logo I have on the channel. I get away with doing it on the YouTube logo thing. I just can't get away with it on a shirt because then it's NFL merchandising. It's those type of things. But I just got to get a logo and then I get to put it up. I've got the store set up. I've got the whole process set up. So we could definitely get a store going here on the Hawks Nest. We just got to get I just got to get that, whatever we're going to put on the thing, But they got coffee cups and all that stuff. And the store, you can do everything. I mean, they got it all. Dude, Hawks, Brandon, yeah, I love the idea of Hawks Nest store. Cool. I was thinking about trying this year especially when we're running some of these mocks, putting a website together, especially so I could get one of those polls that would have one of the big polls that I could run for the fans. So we might be eventually doing a website here, which I just throw a website together and then put the store on the site. That's potentially coming down the track, and it wouldn't be too hard for me to set that up because I would just take a prefabricated website and then put it together off of that. But the key is I got to get the logo or something we could put as on the shirt or the coffee cup or whatever. And I just got to go to Fiverr for that. I'm trying to get this guy right now on Fiverr for my book cover, and I'm not liking the book covers so far. One of them's okay. He's getting better, but the last one he sent me as a mock-up was just awful. Once that's done, then I'm going to move on to, I think, getting the store set up for this year. Keep expanding. Herbicide, oysters for me, I'll pass. I'll pass on oysters too. Clams, oysters, shrimp. No, thank you. Wayne Wilson Jr., if Anderson is taken, do you think we go quarterback, then a third wide receiver with the later pick or a second round pick? Lockett still has it, but we have a consistent wide receiver for a while now. If Anderson's taken and there is a quarterback on the board, Wayne, I think that the head of the stack here would be the Seahawks would probably trade back. They wouldn't take the quarterback, but they would move back if a quarterback was available for a team to move up. That's the likely scenario, I think, to happen. If, Wayne, they just took the quarterback, I don't think that then there's a very low likelihood that the very next pick or the next two picks are going to be wide receiver, because they have to come back and address this defensive line at some point in this draft, Wayne, and you can't really wait to the third or fourth round to do so. You've got to get some of these guys in this first couple of rounds to make this happen. So you probably do end up taking a wide receiver maybe somewhere at that point, but I don't think that it's going to be an early receiver. And I've been telling a little bit on this, don't undersell, Wayne, Derek Young. Derek Young might be that answer to take over here. The front office is very high on him, and he played really well for you last year as a rookie quietly when he was asked to go out there. He wasn't asked to go out there a lot because we've gotten a lot of good play from DK Metcalf and Tyler. They've been out there every single game. They don't miss games. But he is a guy that I think does provide them with a little bit of upside there with the position that isn't being kind of considered as much. You do still have Eskridge here too. And I'm not a big Eskridge guy, but the team's not cut him. The team's not traded him. He's obviously going to come back for another year to have an opportunity to be that slot guy as well this year. So while there's not any real known quantities there at the position, I don't think you're driven there by pure need either on the other side of it. It would be nice to have. I would love to go and get that guy. But Wayne, do you want to make that call at the expense of getting a defensive lineman when you very well could need three of those guys out of this draft that could be functional, that can be players, that can be part of the rotation next year? I don't want to do that myself. I can see the intelligence behind doing it. I just wouldn't want to do it purely myself. Seattle 808 says any seafood without red tide is good to go. John says, if you consult the seer within, what do you see us happening with our first 2 picks? I have no idea what's going to happen. Well, the fact they're meeting with Carter opens back more the door to me, John, thinking Carter's your pick at 5. And then if you can get Cansey at 20, that's the route you'd love to go. So it's, to me, it's John, it's Carter, it's Anderson. If it's not that, it's you trading back. If it's not you trading back, then it's you taking a quarterback. If it's not you taking the quarterback, then it's you taking a Tyree Wilson, Miles Murphy, or something in that neighborhood, probably. That's to me, John, the kind of, more than we knowing what's going to happen, that's the pecking order of likelihood, I think, in what is to happen. But it's hard to say. It is very hard to say. And some of this, John's going to be dictated by what happens with the Cardinals pick, because if they trade back, we could say something's going to happen right now, and then that changes everything, or changes the likelihoods in a major fashion. Brian, fresh halibut's fine by my. That's now we're talking. Halibut's great. Dick to the Hawks, Brandon, you say no to shrimp. Our first argument, teasing. Can't forget with me, I am an openly picky eater. Brazenly so. And I'm awful about it, that's for sure. Halibut's good, John. I'll go with halibut. Halibut I can eat. Salmon I can eat. Drunk Squitter, where do I think Bijan Robinson lands? Top 20. I think he's a top 20 first round pick. I don't have a good spot for where I think he's necessarily going to go, though, either. I go through the list and I thought maybe the Eagles would be looking to do it, but I start to draw back on that and I go, I don't think the Eagles would go that route. Titans, if they don't trade up, could certainly look at running back to find the heir apparent for Henry. That makes sense. That's a team that's going to want to run into the future. Outside of that, though, I just think he goes top 20 somewhere. I don't know where, though. I don't have a good, necessarily a good feel for where he goes on that. I wish I did. I'm looking this up right now. I mean, the Texans at 12 could be a possibility. If they get themselves Bryce Young at 2, that certainly is something that could make some sense. I know they got Pierce last year, but he's not necessarily going to be like full on 100% of the time be able to run the rock for them. So it could make some sense there. The Lions at 18. I mean, that's to me probably his floor as far as he would fall. Would the Lions would grab him and think at 18. Definitely a need for them. And him and DeAndre Swift would be a pretty dangerous backfield. I'll go with one of those two. The ceiling is Detroit to me, Drunk, at 18. I don't think he falls past that. But I'm not hearing a lot of rumors of connection with him either at this point. Addicted Ox, Brandon, agreed our defensive line needs to be the bulk of the rounds 1 and 2, IMO. That's how I see it, man. Get the trenches right. This is where your weakness lies. This is where, from a team standpoint, and you want toughness to be a big centerpiece of this team, then you better get the trenches right if that's the way you want to be. So it's hard to be a tough team with your tough wide receivers or with your tough safeties. You need your defensive linemen. You need your front 7 guys to make that go. I can't do catfish. No way. I'll take your word for it on the catfish. I do think Jerry Jones wants Bijan too, John, but I don't think he lasts to 26. I'd be blown away if he lasted 26. John says, I wonder how that meeting went with Carter. I wonder what questions they were looking to answer and what the subtext they were looking for. Well, my guess is if I was them, John, in the room, I'd want them to explain to me what happened with the racing. I'd want the truth. I'd want to hopefully have some details of the racing incident, John, that I know about, that maybe he doesn't know that I know about. And so that I can check his answer to see if it's truly accurate and he's being honest with me, or whether or not he's just packing and giving me a story, so to speak. So I would first go out there with that. I'm sure there's some psychological questions you can ask to kind of probe around that you'll have the team doctor tell you to ask in the way you can ask. But there's going to have a lot of people in the room watching and paying attention and seeing what he has to say and trying to get that feel for him. So I'm sure it's a little bit of that. It's as much about the depths of, why weren't you good at your pro day? Why has this happened? Why is that? I bet there's a variety of different questions you're going to ask from him at that point. Jadon London, Nolan Smith is just too lean in my opinion. Would rather just get Will McDonald later on. Me too. Me too, Jadon. I mean, look at the production as far as, edge pressures and sacks coming from Will McDonald versus Nolan Smith. And Will McDonald, you can say the same thing that you do say about Nolan Smith with his lack of production, where he also had to play in one of those weird defensive fronts in college where it's the 3-man defensive front and you're playing basically 5 technique as a defensive end in that front. It's very hard to rush the passer from it, yet Will McDonald was able to still be very productive with it. Nolan Smith wasn't. I like Nolan Smith as a run defender, but Jadon, they're talking about him going top 15 to be getting a run stuffing edge, at 15. That seems like a bit of a gross overreach to me for Nolan. It does. I'm with you on that. Riverside says lobster's great. Rather have Dungeness than King. Yeah, me too. Me as well. Drunk Squidward says, I'm shocked he's not going top 10. If Saquon Barkley goes 2, why doesn't he go top 10? If I'm not mistaken, Drunk Squidward, Saquon Barkley went in the top 5 because you had a guy there by the name of Dave Gettleman who was and kind of notable, just kind of running his process like an old school general manager in a lot of respects. So he hadn't updated his process to the modern era in that way. One of the reasons why I believe he's out of a job there now, Drunk, in New York. I think the Saquon pick is one that was part of his probably firing. And when you do look at the Saquon pick, Drunk, though they did get a final this last year, some really good production out of him. He's been highly injured, and it's not necessarily been a successful pick that they took that guy at number 2 overall and bringing him in as they did. But it takes a team that's willing to want to draft him there as well. And part of the issue here comes in, Drunk, is that you have the first 4 picks that seem to be allotted right off the gate, right off the bat to going to the quarterback position. So we very well could see 4 quarterbacks taking the first 4 picks for the first time in NFL history, which is then going to push a lot of talent then down the board. And he then, to me, becomes a guy that has to then wait a little bit longer to then go. But it wouldn't shock me if he went in top 10. I just don't think he's likely to go in the top 10 at this point. I don't see the team that he connects with quite on that front of things. The talent's there. He's worth it, I think. Who can't handle the truth? Son, we live in a world guarded by walls. Who's going to do it? You. I can't do a good Jack. I don't do a good Jack Nicholson. John, I love Will Mallory and think he could be the move tight end in our Rams offense. He's also the run after the catch tight end we've been missing. Trading Fant is the cap fix we need to happen. I'm with it, John. And that is the cap fix, man. That solves all of our worry, all of our issues in a big hurry. I'm not a huge on Mallory. He's okay. He's kind of mid-round guy for me, John, but he is a good move tight end. He is a pure move tight end. Agree with you there. Addicted Ox, Brandon, regarding Carter interview, I just want to learn what his drive is to improve. No pun intended on drive. He needs to want to be great. IMO. Agreed. I would be pulling in the room and asking those questions. Do you want to be great? Are you going to work hard enough to be great? You seem like a guy that might be just wanting to lean back on your natural talent and hope that can carry you through. Is that the case here? Because that's not going to get done at the pro level. And that's not the way we work here. I'd be selling to him too a lot about, like, we bring on people here that are going to be all ball 24/7. There's other programs in the NFL that'll take on the supernaturally gifted who don't necessarily need to be about all ball 24/7 to be productive in the league. But we run that way. We roll that way. You'll need to roll that way if you're here. Is that in your wheelhouse? There's a lot of good stuff you can get out of these interviews with these guys, I think. And it's very hard for them. They can give their little canned answers and interview answers, right, that have been pre-scripted and run through with their agent. But you can still trip them up, and I think you can get a real decent peek inside their mind a little bit. Herbie says, I remember growing up in Alaska, we used to buy a bunch of fish right off the docks. I bet that would be tasty, fresh fish. Oh my goodness. Space, any walking tonight? I'm going to say, if we can just get Will, Terminator, Anderson, Seattle, he'll be an edge unlike any other you ever seen in your life before, ever. He's a demon in the flesh. He got a fire ring around his head 24/7. Never seen anything like it before my life. Holy Lord, someone get me a priest. That man just killed himself. A quarterback right now. I never seen that before. Watch. It'll happen this year. You better believe it. Empower code. Oh, wait. Sorry, wait. I'm a little bit behind my... Megan Gockroger, thank you for the $2 donations. She says 4-1 Kraken final score. Are the Kraken going to go win the Stanley Cup this year, Megan? Is that what's going to happen? We're all waiting for the Mariners, hoping on the Hawks, and it ends up being the Kraken. Just like the Storm used to do us. Thank you, Megan, for the $2 donation. Appreciate you. Empower Code, thank you for the $20 donation. I really do appreciate it, Empower Code. Very, very kind of you, brother. And I hope you're doing well out there tonight. Says Brando, unfortunately, I haven't been able to catch the streams due to lots of exam and schoolwork. But I appreciate the streams. Can't wait for the draft. Will Anderson hype is real. Keep being awesome. Hope this helps. Well, it absolutely helps. I really do appreciate the support to the channel from everyone, and you especially on this Empower Code is a long time contributor here to the channel in that respect of things. Thank you so much. I love what I do here, man. It's been a really fun off season going through all of these mock draft iterations with you folks, being able to look at this real important, exciting draft coming up that's as important as any that we've seen in Seahawks history, and just turning over all these iterations, kind of trying to think about all the ways this could work out. It's been it's been a lot of fun. Normally these off seasons are such dead period. There's not a lot to talk about, but this has given us a ton to talk about. And hopefully your all that work is bearing out to where you're getting the good grades and progressing on through. So I hope that hard work is equivaling out there for you on that. I do appreciate you listening in whenever you can. So I know everybody can't catch all the streams, but whenever you can, know it's appreciated 100%. But thank you, man. You're awesome, brother. No, you're awesome. No, you're good. You're good. You're good, you. Riverside, I used to walk to school in 3 feet of snow because the buses couldn't make it out. There's no snow in Alaska these days. Uh-oh. Megan, go sell, B. All right, we'll give it a shot here. My voice is a little bit cranked up here today. I need some water. One sec. There are few NFL teams in the history of the sport who have ever been able to enjoy the type of draft capital the Seattle Seahawks are experiencing in this tumultuous offseason that has been mainly more good than bad. One can only wonder what they will do with this draft capital as they enter this draft and lay to bear on the rest of the NFL what they intend to do. Certainly, when you're looking at this draft, it is the Seattle Seahawks. My Cassell sucks today, Megan. It's not going. I don't know. It's off. It's off for some reason. My voice is a little bit ratchety for some reason tonight. I don't know why. Can't lock in Cassell. This is Howard Cassell. That's a little bit better there, Megan. I'll try it in a second. It's a little bit rough right now. It's a little bit rough at the moment. Megan says maybe not a win the cup, but they'll give a damn good go. There we go. They're in it. They're in it. Drug Squidward, what are your top 10 wide receivers? I asked for your quarterback and running back list. I want to know who's your top 10 on your on my big board. Yeah, I got you on that. My top 10 wide receivers would go in this order. I would go with Jackson Smith-Njigba has become my number 1 wide receiver. Jordan Addison has become my number 2 wide receiver. Quentin Johnson has dipped down to my number 3 wide receiver. Zay Flowers is my 4. Nathaniel Dell would be my 5. Jaden Reed, a small contested catcher, would be my 6. Tyler Scott would be my 7. Jalen Hyatt would be my 8. A.T. Perry from Wake Forest would be 9. And then I go back and forth between Rashid Rice and Marvin Mims as a number 10. I'm not as high on Josh Downs as some other people, though he'd be the next guy right below that list. I'm just not quite there on Josh Downs as much as some other folks are, and how they view him in this class. But those would be my 10, Drunk. And I dropped down Quentin Johnson because I do have some questions about the hands, the route running, and he didn't necessarily test as well as I would have liked this offseason and how he's gone through the evaluation process. So I have dinged him down just a little bit because of that. Megan says, sorry, B, should have asked for Cosell early Docs Nest. It's just rough. I don't know why it's not. I was trying to click him in. I got him a little bit there, but it's a little tough tonight for some reason. Some nights Howard's not. I'm not a dancing monkey. I don't just come out of the bedroom when you ask. Some nights I'm not feeling like it. Cosell's moody, Megan. He's moody. Some nights you just can't bring him out of the, I'd rather just watch my sports and not be asked about what my opinion is. Oh, my goodness. I think, Brandon, do you have a favorite comedian actor that would be the voice of Pumpkin in the Hawks Nest, the movie? Oh, my God. Jeez Louise. Yeah, I would add Pumpkin I would add Robin Williams do Pumpkin. I'd bring him up out of the grave and have Williams do Pumpkin. Because she's a live wire and she's just, and that was Williams, right? It was just always going 24/7. So I think that marrying of Williams' voice and my cat would be perfect. Megan says, never mind me. You should have asked earlier. My bad, Megan. Sometimes not strong. Don't worry what I was doing in the bedroom, Megan. Howard does what Howard does when he wants to do it. That's the way. Herbicide, isn't Dell that dude that weighs 160? Does he weigh 160? Is it that low? I think he's at least 170, right? He's at least 170 or something, isn't he? Maybe. Oh, you're right. 165 is what he weighed in at. Yeah, he is an undersized guy. Definitely an undersized guy. Definitely probably a guy that's more of a slot, but he's very explosive out of the slot. And I think he's going to be very productive out of the slot. I just like him a little bit better than I like some of the other guys in his route running. Josh Downs to me just got some rough edges to him, or not rough edges, just some things I just don't like for the slot specialist he is. I think this kid's really clean. I love how he tracks the ball. I love his open field cuts. He is small, but there's a lot of receivers in this draft that are small. Yeah, it's kind of this draft's thing. Wayne Wilson, have I watched Zach Harrison's film? I have watched Zach Harrison's film. I think he gives you a little bit more bend than you normally get from a guy at 6'7", and he's got insanely long arms, no doubt about that. He can certainly set the edge in the run game and be a good run defender first and foremost. I don't think that he's going to give you necessarily a whole lot as a pass rusher at the NFL level, though I think the best fit for him, Wayne, would be a 4-3 defense. I don't think he's a stand-up outside guy. He's too big. My comp for him, Wayne, is Carlos Dunlap. And Carlos Dunlap didn't remain here because he wasn't a 3-4 fit. He didn't stay on the Cincinnati Bengals because he wasn't a fit in their defense in that respect from the same standpoint of things. So you just got to put Zach in a 4-3, in my opinion, to get the most out of him. Megan says, Robin as Pumpkin would be divine. Oh, it'd be awesome, Megan. Be laughing 24/7. Hungwoo says just did a mock draft. Will Anderson, then Skoronski in the first round. I like it, Hungwoo. Sign me up, man. I'm with that. I'm with it. Brian Myers, night all. You demand B. Draft countdown continues. Draft countdown does continue. Brian, you have yourself a great night. And we will go ahead and start. We just passed 4 hours on in here. So let's go ahead and start to maybe wrap this up just a little bit in here on the chat. If there's any kind of last questions, let's get those on in here. Addicted Hawks, Dell receiver, meh. Dell computers, meh. Bad joke. I like Dells. They're the Honda Accord of computers. Good salmon discussion in the chat tonight. When are you going to be back? So the schedule on this is going to be, I've got to leave this week. I can't do the Wednesday show. I'm going to be down in Los Angeles. So I don't think I'm streaming on Wednesday. Maybe something magical can happen. And I might stream actually from, if I stream, I'll be actually streaming from some like professional studios down in LA if I actually stream. So, I'll be gone for a couple days this week. We'll be back on Saturday. So we'll go Saturday night at 7:00. Me and Brendan are going to do our draft coverage. I don't remember which position we're looking at the moment, but we're looking at something on Saturday as far as that goes. We're looking at one of the position groups. And then on Sunday, I'll be going live as well on that day. So Saturday, Sunday next week is the schedule. I'm also going live with Brendan on his channel, Seahawks Brendan Nelson, tomorrow, because we're going to be doing the 2 streams a week aside from this week because I've got to leave on Wednesday. So Tuesday, Brendan. Saturday, we'll be doing Brendan here. Tomorrow's on Brendan's channel. And then Sunday, we'll be back on this channel here. That'll be the upcoming kind of stream schedule for this upcoming week. See all the way to wait. Is this your last stream for a while, B? Well, I'm on tomorrow night, Seattle Way to Wait, so I'll be on Brendan Nelson's channel tomorrow, but then I'll be back on this Saturday. So I won't be this Wednesday. It'll be a while, it'll be till Wednesday, or till Saturday, sorry, because I'm out this Wednesday, but not too long. Inside a week. A Wilbur night stream for LA. I'll try to. I definitely have access to a studio down there, which would be like, you guys will laugh. It'd look like super professional studio style if I go in there, and they definitely would like me to, I think, go down there and do a stream out of there. But I got some work I got to do too. So it's all about if I got some time to do it and pull it off. I'm not going to Disneyland. Nope. It's a work trip. In and out. Disneyland is kind of a stressful place. I've been there a few times too. I like it. It's definitely better for kids though. I think Docs, Brandon, any vacation plans for after the draft? You and Brendan need some downtime. Great shows. I would like to. I certainly need to get out to Hawaii to go see my mom. So that is potentially on the table for me. I'm definitely due to be I want to see my mom, but it's been too long since I've been out there to check, go out there and hang out. And it's Hawaii too, which isn't bad to go out there. That basis alone. So probably at some point I'll be doing something out there with that. We'll be taking a little bit of a breather, but man, this is 24/7, man, it never stops. There is, as my thing says, there is no off season here when you're running a YouTube channel on these, like we run, it's the nature of the beast a little bit, for better and for worse, mainly for better. Which island, brother? It is Maui, man. My mom lives on Maui. So she's got a great spot out there. Maui's my favorite island of the places. I think it just gives you the most combination of idyllic Hawaiian experience where you still have you're not like Hawaii where you're just out there in the middle of nowhere and there's nobody around you. So you get a little bit of like both elements to it. But I'm always way more relaxed when I come back from Maui than I am heading out there. It's like a soul palate cleanser, so to speak. I think the Hawks, Brandon, you hope you make it out to Hawaii. Sounds sweet. I'm going to try. I definitely got to get a couple things on point, but I'm definitely angling for it. At ADL Williams, we should pick Puma Pants. Puma Pants. Brown's number 2 fullback. Okay, I admit he's not real, but poo-poo jokes are funny. They are funny. Oh, goodness. Seattle White at 6B. I love myself Maui, man. Special place. The Hawks went to Maui way back in 1998 from a honeymoon. Haven't had a chance to get back. Sigh. It's a great spot. There's no place like it on earth. It's not like Mexico. It's like Mexico, but you're in America still, but you're out in the, it's its own, it's almost like an alien land in the way that, and the thing that makes Hawaii really unique to it is just the feeling of the people, right? The aloha spirit and all that stuff. Everything is real laid back and real easy going there. And you ain't rushing nothing, for good and for bad. Living there drove me crazy a little bit with it, but I love visiting it. Definitely get you to, hit your brakes, chill out a little bit. Hungwoo Lee says Maui's nice, but way overpriced. Well, that's the nice part, Hungwoo, is that my mom lives there, so I don't have to pay for that type of stuff. It's only the ticket I got to figure out. Drunk Squiddard, would I rather Zach Charbonnet or Jahmyr Gibbs? If you had to pick one. I'd probably go with Jahmyr Gibbs, Drunk Squiddard, because I can come back and go get my hammer later in this draft with a Roshan Johnson or a Rodriguez in the 5th round. I can't find a guy like Gibbs that can play out in the slot like he can play out in the slot, who can run wide receiver routes like he can run wide receiver routes. I got a little blowback, not just a tiny bit from folks about not looking at getting a receiver in this draft that I did with this current mock. And I think, Drunk, if you wanted to look at that would be a guy that you get now a 2-for-1 with. I deal with my backup running back position, and then I also go get a guy who can run some slot snaps. Certainly can at the very least run the fly sweep stuff and the bubble screen stuff, right? He's got at least that in his bag. I like Charbonnet a lot, but I think Gibbs, and Charbonnet can catch the ball too. But Gibbs is really, he is in his own territory in this class, Drunk, as a guy that can play wide receiver like. There's guys that can line out at wide receiver and they can run some of the routes. They can look somewhat comfortable out there doing it. He looks really comfortable out there doing it. Spaces, my friend's going to Kauai on Thursday. Kauai's cool if you just want the complete ideal experience. You want the pure Hawaiian experience, no touristy stuff, just beaches, sand, and you hear nothing. You definitely get that. Whitey Wise says, hi, y'all. I live 2.5 hours south of the KC, trying to arrange going to the draft, TBD. That'd be a fun experience, Whitey Wise. You should certainly try to check it out if you can get out there. I think Docs, Brandon, the road trip around the east side of Maui is pretty intense. I forgot the name of the big attraction on that side. It's called the Road to Hana. And they call that Divorce Road, because newlyweds start out on that road in love, thinking they're going to spend their life together, and they end out on the other side of that road ready to kill one another. And no, I have never driven that road, because there's no person that's driven that road that said that was a fun experience. Zero amount of people ever do. So it's tourist trap to the ultimate degree. And you lose like a whole day of your vacation driving in Hawaii. Not exactly a good way of going about it. 808, use the Alaskan Airlines credit card and fly free. Yippee. That's me too, man. We speak the same language on that one. Drunk Squitter says, Gibbs is kind of like Aaron Jones, basically from what you said. No. Kendry Miller is your Aaron Jones in this draft, Drunk. He's your that's your closest Aaron Jones comp. Gibbs is more like Chris Johnson, but whereas Chris Johnson was like legit 4.2 speed, this kid's legit 4.3. This kid gives you more receiving ability than Chris Johnson, but that suddenness, right? That real just like whoa suddenness to his game. That's what Gibbs gives you. I think Aaron Jones is a little more of a natural runner of the rock. Might be a little more in Jones's bag as far as what he can give you with some of the traditional stuff with that a bit. I don't know. Maybe there's more to that than I'm giving consideration though too as well. Maybe it's closer than I'd like to admit. Addicted to the Hawks, road to Hana. Yeah, that drive is dangerous as F. I took helicopter to Hana and caught a shuffle black. White knuckle all the way. caught a shuttle back, white knuckle all the way. It is. Yeah. And like, do you want to spend your vacation spending 3 hours white knuckle, wondering if you can go over a cliff because the local who looks like he's half drunk driving right now, maybe be able to keep you on the road as you're on a 1-lane road. And then there's another local coming down that's trying to force the car off the road almost in the way he's driving. It's an intense experience. I've heard some pretty crazy stories. Hogwo says, why do you want to drive in Hawaii? We got a golf course and takes 40 minutes and that's annoying in Maui. Agreed. You wouldn't want to do it. If you go to Maui, do not take the road to Hana. I just saved you a day of pain and hardship and heartache. It's awful. It's awful. Seattle 8 says at least the local kind of goes slow. That's good. And stories here on that road too, is you get the people driving going up and then the locals come down and they see that you're a tourist and they do not take kindly to the tourists out in Maui. They can be a little dickish at times. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Okay, well, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this on up. I got into the end of the chat here, so we will go ahead and put a little bit of a button on this one. As I said earlier, we're going to be back tomorrow on Brendan's channel, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I think we're looking at talking about the quarterbacks and running backs on his channel over there. Be back over here on Saturday with Brendan Nelson on my channel here, Saturday, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I will also be on Sunday, so a couple of streams coming up here this week, and then we'll kind of determine the stream schedule going forward. I am planning on hitting up draft week really hard. I think draft week's going to be a potential Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We might have 7 straight days. We might have actually almost 8 straight days of live stream coverage for the draft. So I'm playing with that notion. I'll test it out on you guys. You guys can let me know in the comment section. Let me know here if that's something that would interest you guys or if that would maybe be a little bit overkill for the draft. But I've been kind of circling around that where it could naturally make some sense to do so. So we might very well be streaming all 8 days of the draft. Get ready. Strap yourself in. We're going to go harder than we've ever gone before now. So get yourself ready in that respect of things because it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Dick Zox says, go walking. Nope. Go pumpkin. Nope. Go Hawks. Go pumpkin. Go walking. Why not go Hawks? Go everybody. You can go all the time. Right, Howard? Absolutely. You can go all the time. It's just simply a matter of effort. We include everyone here at the Hawks Nest. Isn't that right, Al Pacino? Oh, we do. This is the nest. This is the place where you're comfortable all the time, no doubt. Love what you've got here because you can enjoy yourself any time of the day. Love it. What do you think, Nick Nolte? I don't care about this stupid thing. Just get out of my face. Who cares about football as it is? Can never get Nick on board. I don't know what it is. I just can't get that guy happy. He's always in a bad mood. Stop telling me bad mood. I don't want to talk about football. Okay, Nick, I got it. Chill. Jesus. Lordy. All right, folks. Well, we will wrap it up on that, folks. I hope you guys are hyped up for this draft as we're getting closer and closer. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? It's coming. The sun, the bright shine of beauty of this draft is coming. I hope you are ready for it, folks. I hope you're hyped for it. I know you are. I see in the chat. I hear what you're saying. I can feel the energy, feel the love, feel the hype. Feel how excited my fellow Seahawks fans are for this draft, and it just puts a big smile on my face. It's great to see my fellow Seahawks 12th man recognize the importance of this draft, recognize what's riding on this draft, not only for the near future of our success, but for the long future of our success, making this, as I say, maybe the most important draft in Seahawks history, or at least on an equivalent basis with the most important draft in Seahawks history. So continue to get hyped. There are so many beautiful iterations and ways that this draft could take form and the different types of players, the variety of players, the multitude of players. John Schneider's got himself so many different ways to win this draft, so many different ways to find success, so few ways, frankly, to fail. I've got a lot of confidence that our organization is going to do a great job this upcoming draft, And not just simply because they've got the draft capital to work with, but because they have the right philosophy as well. That philosophy that Schneider has mentioned time and time again throughout this offseason, which is that they're going to be driven by best player available. They're going to be driven by the value of their board. I ran this mock draft today, and I ran it with a value standpoint sitting at the head of the line. Not that I need a receiver, not that I need a linebacker, not that I need this. I drove to the board and I said, who's the most valuable player on my board as I'm picking on this pick? Okay, now who's the most valuable player on my board as I'm picking this pick? And I let that continually inform me, and I think that that's what gets you out the best draft at the end of the day. It certainly proved to be the case last year, and the way that they had the draft at such a much more successful place than it had been in recent prior years. And yeah, it was that you had extra picks. Yeah, it was because you got to pick in the top 10, but it was also because you picked to value, as Schneider has said multiple times over about the success from last year. So again, as I say, get hyped, get stoked, dream big. Think about all the players you could come away from in this draft, the collection and the variety of collections, because it is possible. You never know how this thing's going to play out. I do think, though, that I know how it's going to play out in one respect, and that's when we'll be mighty happy come the end of the third day of the draft and the players that we're getting and what we're coming out of and how we're looking at this team going in the future. I appreciate all of you guys in this chat. You are wonderful as always. The discussion here has just been tremendous. It goes in every different direction, but you guys are kind to each other. You respect each other. Everybody stays on point with that. They understand what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to accomplish. And I just want to thank you as ever for that, guys. You are amazing, and that we always seem to be able to keep that tenor where I want to kind of keep it for this channel. And I really appreciate people understanding that we want to keep that at the forefront, which is to keep things respectful here and be able to talk about anything while being respectful. That's the whole point, is that sometimes talking about anything, now you get out of respectful, but it's never the case with you guys. You're amazing. The support I get here is amazing. All the new subscribers, welcome aboard to the channel. We just crossed over 11.5. We're flying past 11,500 subscribers. So the growth has been amazing this offseason as well. Everything's amazing. Amazing draft, amazing subscriber base, amazing, amazing chat. I love everybody. So thank you guys for all you do. I appreciate you. Please, until I get back this Saturday, it's going to be a week I'm gone. So I hope in that week you don't start getting amnesia, okay? You don't start forgetting. It's going to be a week. I ain't going to be here to remind you every couple of days, okay? That makes me worried. That makes me concerned, especially as we're getting closer to the draft. I don't need you guys falling off right now. I need you stepping up. So don't you ever forget in this week. Don't you forget Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday when I'm gone. Don't you ever forget. We're about to kill this draft. We're about to go on our rise. We're about to crack open this Super Bowl window. So sit back, plaster a smile on your face, and get ready to be very, very happy. But beyond all that, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.